One, if a member has a problem with the connectivity and is unable to deliver his or her speech, the presiding officer will call the next speaker or the speaker on the speaker's list so that to the debate. Secondly, we request that a member who is scheduled to participate in a debate should arrange for a fellow party member to be on standby to read the member's speech into the record should the need arise. Presiding officer will allow a fellow party member to read out the speech on behalf of a member who is unable to deliver his or her own speech. 3, if all interventions fail and a member is still unable to deliver his or her speech and has not managed to arrange for a fellow party member or a whip to deliver the speech on his or her behalf, that speech will unfortunately not form part of the official record of proceedings. In short, if a member has connectivity problem, the presiding officers will follow the above guidance to any background noises that may interfere. And background noises, inside noises. Members who are coming in can confirm that the budget report for 2026-27 of the Department of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs has been tabled in terms of the standing rules. We will now proceed with the matters on the agenda, being the debate on vote 11 of the Department of Cooperative. We will start and allow that the Honorable MEC to start and present the report on cooperative government and traditional affairs for 45 minutes. Honorable Reverend will tell us. Amen.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, honorable members of the Portfolio Committee, the HOD and senior management of COGTA. It is an honor for us to present the budget policy speech. Our priority was the foundation. We inherited a department that required stabilization, and our focus was therefore on restoring sound financial management, strengthening governance systems, and rebuilding institutional integrity to ensure that the foundations of the department were strong enough to support the weight of our ambition. In my second budget policy speech, we turned our attention to building the walls. We strengthened the pillars of service delivery through infrastructure investment, enhanced municipal governance, and restored the dignity, image, and status of the institution of traditional leadership as an indispensable partner in governance and development. Today, as I present this budget policy speech, we enter the next phase of this journey. This year is about the roof. A roof is far more than the final component of a building. It binds every element together, protects the foundation, strengthens the walls, and shields the entire structure against future storms. Likewise, Chairperson, this budget is about protecting the progress we've made over the past few years. It is about strengthening accountability, improving municipal performance, modernizing governance systems, and ensuring that the institutions we build today continue to serve future generations. Honorable members, this budget is therefore more than an appropriation of funds. It is a commitment to building municipalities that work, institutions that inspire confidence, and governance systems that place the people of KwaZulu-Natal at the center of every decision. The systems we seek to strengthen do not exist in isolation. They operate within an economic environment that continues to test the resilience of every sphere of government. Our country continues to contend with modest economic growth, persistently high unemployment, rising service delivery demands, and constrained public finances. For municipalities, these conditions present a difficult reality. When economic growth slows, municipal revenues decline. As unemployment increases, the demand for basic services, infrastructure maintenance, and indigent support grows. Municipalities are therefore expected to leadership, expand infrastructure, improve disaster resilience, and create conditions for sustainable economic growth. Honorable members, for the 2026-27 financial year, the department has Program 3 Development Planning 331.381 million, Program 4 Traditional Affairs, which is 718.55 million. Honorable members, the lion's share, infrastructure that is more reliable, traditional leadership institutions that are better supported, and a public service that delivers with integrity and accountability. It is with that commitment that I now turn to the work that we have undertaken and the priorities that will guide the department during the upcoming financial year. As we table this budget policy speech, we also approach the conclusion of the current 5-year term of local government. This moment provides an opportunity not only to reflect on the progress achieved, but also to acknowledge the challenges that remain as we prepare for a new chapter in local governance. Over the past 5 years, the department has worked alongside municipalities to strengthen governance, improve financial management, expand infrastructure investment, and enhance service delivery. Guided by the back to basics approach, we have remained focused on 5 enduring priorities: putting people first, delivering quality services, promoting good governance, strengthening financial management, and building capable institutions. The journey has not been without difficulty, since municipalities have had to contend with fiscal constraints, infrastructure backlogs, climate-related disasters, and increasing demands for services. Several municipalities have sustained clean audit outcomes, many have improved their audit opinions, and others have accelerated infrastructure delivery through the effective utilization of conditional grants. These achievements demonstrate an important truth. When municipalities embrace accountability, strengthen governance, and receive appropriate support, they are capable of delivering meaningful change in the lives of our people. In just over 100 days, South Africans will once again exercise to conduct themselves with tolerance, maturity, and respect, to conduct themselves with tolerance, maturity, and respect through this election campaign period. Honorable members, as we reflect on the future of local government, we must also recognize one of KwaZulu-Natal's greatest and most enduring strengths, the institution of traditional leadership. For this department, our partnership with Amakhosi is not one of convenience. It is rooted in the constitutional principles of cooperative governance, mutual respect, and shared responsibility for development. Across much of our province, traditional councils remain the closest and most trusted institution of leadership. For this reason, the 7th administration has prioritized restoring the dignity, functionality, and effectiveness of traditional leadership through sustained institutional support. Recognizing that effective leadership requires continuous learning, the department has strengthened its partnership with the University of KwaZulu-Natal through an investment of 7.9 million in the Accredited Leadership and Good Governance program. This program equips Amakosi with practical knowledge in governance, land administration, rural economic development, natural resource management, and the legislative framework governing traditional leadership. In so doing, the department is preparing a new generation of Amakosi who are able to respond confidently to contemporary governance challenges. The department has also strengthened the administrative capacity of traditional councils. Currently, 267 participants have been appointed at a cost of 8.6 million to provide administrative support, strengthen record management, improve communication between government and communities, and enhance the efficiency of traditional councils. Importantly, this initiative has contributed to youth employment while strengthening governance. Our support for traditional leadership extends beyond Amakosi themselves. It also includes those who do the daily administrative work that enables traditional councils to function effectively. I am therefore pleased to announce today that with effect from this financial year, the monthly stipend for traditional council secretaries will increase from 8,000 rand per month to 9,000 rand a month. This great work is possible because of my predecessor, the Honorable Stolem Loy, who fought incessantly for traditional council secretaries even to get the basic stipend of 8,000 rand. This adjustment recognizes the valuable contribution that these officials make in strengthening governance and improving record management. Honorable members, under the leadership of the Honorable Premier, Mr. Thamsanqa Ntuli, this government remains firmly committed to building capable municipalities, accelerating infrastructure development, and improving the quality of life of every citizen of KwaZulu-Natal. In his State of the Province address, Premier Ntuli reaffirmed KwaZulu-Natal continues to experience devastating effects of climate change and increasingly frequent extreme weather events. During the past financial year, we have lost more than 130 lives as a result of floods, structural fires, lightning, building collapses, and drowning incidents. On behalf of the department, I once again extend our deepest condolences to every family that lost a loved one during these tragedies. Beyond the immeasurable human cost, these disasters caused extensive damage to homes, public infrastructure, and community facilities, with an estimated loss exceeding 7 billion rand. As the government of KwaZulu-Natal, we are therefore strengthening disaster preparedness, improving early warning systems, enhancing emergency response capacity, and accelerating recovery efforts to build a more resilient communities. Disaster management is a shared responsibility, and it depends on effective coordination between all spheres of government. I therefore wish to express my sincere appreciation to every emergency responder, volunteer, organization, and community member who selflessly assisted those affected by disaster. Honorable members, the recently released 2024-25 audit outcomes present a balanced picture of local government in KwaZulu-Natal. Although the number of municipalities achieving clean audits declined from 7 to 4, the province recorded a significant increase in municipalities obtaining unqualified audit opinions, increasing from 36 to 42 municipalities. This demonstrates that many municipalities are strengthening financial management, governance, and internal controls, even though further work remains to achieve our goal of clean governance across the province. We congratulate the following municipalities: King Echwayo District, Umhlathuze, Umlalazi, and Richmond for maintaining clean audit outcomes. We also acknowledge municipalities that have demonstrated meaningful improvement in their audit outcomes, namely Msunduzi, Umdoni, and Inkosi Mtubatuba, who improved from leadership, sound governance, and disciplined administration can fundamentally change the trajectory of a municipality. Honorable members, these audit outcomes turnaround strategy to strengthen governance systems, improve financial controls, and support municipalities in their journey towards clean administration. Our objective is clear. We want every municipality in KwaZulu-Natal to become an institution that is accountable, financially sustainable, and trusted by the community by local municipality. These technical experts have assisted municipalities to strengthen financial management, improve revenue collection, enhance audit readiness, and implement audit action plans to improve governance systems. We are already seeing the results from these interventions. Honorable members, strong governance depends not only on sound financial management, but also on integrity, transparency, and decisive action against corruption. It is for this reason that the department has developed the KwaZulu-Natal Municipal Integrity Management and Investigations Bill, which will soon be introduced before the House. This bill strengthens the legislative framework governing municipal investigations by providing greater legal certainty, aligning investigative processes with national legislation, and enhancing integrity management across municipalities. Importantly, this bill will address the shortcomings identified during the implementation of Section 106 investigations, thereby strengthening government's ability to respond decisively to allegations of fraud, corruption, and maladministration. The certification process of the bill is currently within the Office of the Premier, and once enacted, this legislation will represent a significant milestone in strengthening accountability and promoting ethical governance throughout local government in KwaZulu-Natal. Honorable members, development planning remains central to the department's mandate to build resilient municipalities and improving the quality of life of our people. Through this program, we support municipalities to plan, fund, and implement expenditure increased to 99% against an allocation of 3.829 billion rand. These figures reflect more than sound financial management. They demonstrate the ability of our municipalities working together with provincial treasury and the department to convert public investment into tangible service delivery in the lives of our people. Every kilometer of road rehabilitated, every household connected to water, every sanitation project completed, and every community electrified represents another step towards restoring dignity and expanding opportunity throughout KwaZulu-Natal. Honorable members, reliable access to clean water remains one of the department's highest priorities. Recognizing both the urgency and complexity of this challenge, the Premier convened the KwaZulu-Natal Water Summit on 24 June 2026 bringing together all spheres of government, development finance institutions, and all affected stakeholders in the sector. The summit marked an important shift from fragmented interventions towards a coordinated provincial response. Among the key resolutions adopted at the summit was the introduction of the KZN Water Investment Program and Project Management Unit that will be run by KZN COGTA. I am pleased to announce today a partnership between the Development Bank of South Africa, who has committed 5.7 billion rand towards strategic water infrastructure projects, working with the Department of COGTA in the province and Umgeni Utukela Water as the implementing agent. The summit made over many years. The department also continues to prioritize the completion of the non-Dabuya water scheme in Jozini. Will have access to water through this interim relief. Additional groundwater interventions in Emadlangeni will further improve water securities in the communities for wards 3, 5, and 6. Honorable members, electricity remains a critical enabler of economic development. And during the current financial year, the department will continue supporting electrification projects in Abaqulusi, projects that were started by my inclusive spatial transformation, land reform, smart infrastructure, and productive urban-rural economies. Honorable members, we continue to provide support through the Local Economic Development Program. The department has injected 5 million rand into the Mona Market project in Nongoma that will provide more dignified trading facilities while stimulating local economic activity. We have also strengthened partnerships with the private sector. Working with Heineken Beverages, we have established the Mavavela Buyback Center and glass crushing facility in eThekwini. This facility provides environmental sustainability and provides economic opportunities to the youth. Following its success in eThekwini, we will be rolling it out to Ulundi, Umhlathuze, and Alfred Duma municipalities. Honorable members, during the past financial year, the department has invested more than 4.2 million to support 62 SMMEs and Mr. XN Gina, who is the owner of Madwala Fashion Design, received sewing machines and overlockers through the department's enterprise support program. Today, Mr. Gina's business manufactures school uniforms, church attire, and garments for local organizations while creating jobs in the community. Also in Jozini, Mr. Tetwayo approached the department to expand his spaza shop. Through the provision of a heavy-duty refrigerator, his business has grown significantly. Honorable members, the department is committed to playing its part to deal with unemployment. The department has therefore allocated 19.8 million towards the local government service delivery flagship program, which will sustain 500 employment opportunities, vehicles to 30 traditional councils, providing amakhosi with improved mobility to engage communities, oversee development initiatives, and respond more effectively to local challenges. Because across the province, amakhosi serve communities spread over vast geographical areas under challenging terrain and difficult road conditions. Building on that success, a further 35 vehicles were delivered during June and July this year, and I am pleased to announce that this program will continue annually until all traditional councils have benefited. These vehicles are not just assets, they represent government's investment in accessible leadership. Honorable members, our support also extends to Izinduna, and I am pleased to announce that as of July 2026, 156 new Izinduna who have been recently appointed will start to earn their salaries. These appointments strengthen community leadership and enhance the work of amakhosi. This year, we continued to support important customary programs, including ukuthela amanzi. To date, 29 amakhosi have participated in this important program, and we will continue to support the formal installation of amakhosi under the leadership of His Majesty the King to ensure that these customary processes are conducted with dignity and the respect they deserve. This year, we will join the Zondi clan at KwaMpumuza as they celebrate the Golden Jubilee of Inkosi Nsikayezwa Zondi, who marks 50 years of dedicated service as Inkosi yakwaMpumuza. And on behalf of the government of KwaZulu-Natal, we congratulate Inkosi on this remarkable milestone. Through these programs, honorable members, we have ensured that the department continues to review its cost-saving and office accommodation strategy. This process has resulted in savings of approximately 20 million rand that would otherwise have been spent on office rental. Honorable members, in this budget speech, we have outlined our commitment to strengthening municipalities, empowering amakhosi, and investing in infrastructure. And as we conclude, I want to reaffirm our unwavering commitment to serving the people of KwaZulu-Natal. The work of this department is guided by the principles of Mathupelo, which remind us that public office is not a privilege, but a solemn responsibility to place the needs of the people above all else. Ultimately, the success of the servant administration will not be judged by the speeches we deliver or the plans we produce. It will be judged by whether communities experience meaningful improvements in their daily lives. I wish to express my sincere appreciation to all our mayors and councillors, amakhosi asendlunkulu, nezinduna, for their support and continued partnership. I also wish to express my thanks to the Honorable Premier, Mr. Thamsanqa Ntuli, for his steadfast leadership and guidance and the support of my fellow MECs. To the head of department, Mr. Stelo Duma, and the senior management present here today, I extend my sincere appreciation for your professionalism, dedication, and commitment to KwaZulu Freedom Party. I remain humble and grateful for the confidence that the IFP has placed in me to serve the people of this province as we embody the 13-point plan outlined in the IFP manifesto in continuing to inspire commitment to ethical leadership, accountable governance, and community-centered development. And finally, governance and community-centered development. And finally, to my wife, Mamzila, and to my family for their sacrifices and unwavering love and patience. Honorable members, unwavering love and patience. Honorable members, when we began this journey 2 years ago, we spoke about laying the foundation. We stabilized the department. We strengthened governance and restored financial discipline. Last year, we focused on building the walls. We strengthened municipalities, invested in infrastructure, and restored the dignity of Amakosi. Today, through this budget, we have presented the roof. The roof is not simply the final stage of construction. It is the structure that protects everything beneath it, and it preserves what has been built. It gives strength to the entire building, and it ensures that it can withstand the storms of tomorrow. In the same way, this budget is about securing the future. It is about ensuring that the institutions we have strengthened continue to serve future generations with integrity, accountability, and excellence. Over the past few years, we have moved from stabilization to service delivery, and that is the legacy we are building. Our task now is to ensure that these investments translate into stronger municipalities and sustainable infrastructure. Together, we are building a province founded on accountability and strengthened by these systems that we are building. It gives me great pleasure, therefore, Honorable Chairperson, to table Vote 11 budget speech for the Department of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs for the 2026-27 financial year. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honorable MEC, Reverend T.D. Buthelezi. I'm now going to call the chairperson of the Portfolio Committee, Honorable Nai, to present the report for 10 minutes.
Honorable MEC, members of the executive, honorable members, HOD and C. EPWP integrated grant for provinces increases by 3.17% from 3.44 million to 3.549 million. The committee noted that the department's 5-year strategic plan remains unchanged and that planned interventions cover administration, municipal support, traditional affairs, infrastructure, service delivery, and monitoring and evaluation. Performance targets increased from 100 to 118, with 42 new targets introduced and 24 removed. Rigorous oversight will therefore be required to ensure that the additional commitments do not overextend limited resources or result in the underfunding of other priorities. Program 1 recorded the highest number of unmet targets in the previous financial year. The committee welcomes the department's assurance that measures have been introduced to improve performance, but this area will require close monitoring. Members raised concern about the impact of prevailing economic and service delivery pressures on implementation. These included the payment of suppliers within 30 days, internal controls to reduce unauthorized performance support, and the pressures facing distressed municipalities. Members emphasized the need for clear contingency measures. The committee also sought clarity on tools of trade, pension and medical aid contributions for traditional leaders, procurement and employment of targets for young people and persons with disabilities, the funding of traditional council elections, and the management of anticipated budget reductions in the outer years, 2027-28 and 2028-29. Concern was also expressed about reliance on consultants instead of strengthening internal capacity, and whether such expenditure provides value for money. At its meeting on 9th June 2026, the majority of committee members supported the 2026-27 Vote 11 budget. 6 members voted in favor, 2 from the IFP, 2 from the ANC, and 2 from the DA. 4 MK party members voted against the budget, whilst the EFF member was absent. In conclusion, on behalf of the Portfolio Committee, I want to extend our sincere appreciation to the MEC of COGTA, Honorable Reverend Chilasizwe Buthelezi, for clearly unpacking the 2026-27 COGTA budget, and for his continued commitment to accountability and engagement. I also want to thank honorable members for their diligent and constructive participation throughout the budget process. The committee also acknowledges the head of department, Mr. S. Duma, senior management and officials for their cooperation and responsiveness. Our gratitude is further extended to the committee support staff for their invaluable assistance. The committee remains committed to effective oversight during the 2026-27 financial year. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Naya. Good morning, colleagues, Honorable MSCs, HOD and your team. We begin the debate with the MK party member, the Honorable Basiela, for 10 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. Of our Portfolio Committee members and the people of KwaZulu. We are here to debate the budget for the Department of COGTA, but let us not reduce this to a simple administrative paper-pushing exercise. This vote is a defining choice. It is a choice between rubber stamping a system of local government that is actively collapsing, or standing up to demand a radical change in how we govern KwaZulu-Natal. I stand here to state clearly and without hesitation, we reject the 26-27 budget for 2011, for vote 11, not 2011, sorry. To support this budget would be to tell our communities that their daily suffering is acceptable. It would be telling the millions of rural and township residents who live without running water, reliable electricity, or physical security that this government is doing a good job. It is not. It is our constitutional imperative to ensure that the constitutional provisions are respected and met. When we have people who drink water and who consume water that is infected from a broken sanitation plant called Musukuveni for a year, it is a complete violation of our duty. Our duty is oversight and to ensure that the constitutional provisions are abided by and there are steps taken. Now, when this department knows for 1 year that this is a situation, and despite it being raised at various platforms, including portfolio committees and in House debates, nothing happens. We are then fooling ourselves. We cannot just listen to wonderful words and hail and praise ourselves for what we are achieving when these are the basics that are not met. This department tables a budget of 2.033 billion, celebrating 102 million increase. But let us speak the plain, unvarnished truth. This increase is a minor inflationary adjustment from National Treasury, as the chair of the Portfolio Committee has said. While the cost of living crushing our people reaches record heights, the actual delivery of services is sliding rapidly backwards. Our municipalities are drowning in systemic decay, and we refuse to pass a budget that treats this emergency as business as usual. Then we have the corruption and fraud. You know, I have raised in our portfolio committee that the budget allocated for forensic investigation is not enough. And I said 2 million is not enough to achieve that. But when we hear that the portfolio committee, the ad hoc portfolio committee, has spent millions on evidence and listening to damning evidence of corruption, of the Minister KZN, of all the things that he's been complicit in. And we find out that the result of the ad hoc committee is that it finds no wrongdoing. When you see that so much of effort has gone into a exercise of investigation, and yet there's no wrongdoing that has been found, then we must ask ourselves, what are we going to do here about the Waterkant mafia? We have, will the people receive running water when there is a financial interest in the business from the water provided by the Waterkant? Let us look closely at the rot within our modern municipal structures. Across KZN, municipal management has become synonymous with collapse, financial chaos, and deep-seated corruption. Billions of rands are directed to local government, but where is the money going? It does not go into maintaining basic infrastructure. Instead, we see astronomical sums wasted on highly paid consultants because the department has failed to build internal capacity. We see endless forensics investigations, but we never see anyone in orange overalls. When whistleblowers continually talk about how they have been instructed by even members of cabinet to turn a blind eye to corruption, how will consequence management be perfected and how will it improve? It does not go into maintaining basic infrastructure. Instead, we see the repeat of a budget which is applied in various areas, but the sanitation continues spilling onto the roads. How long will it take to eradicate pit latrine toilets? And look at the structural breakdown of this budget. An incredible 45% of the entire COGTA allocation is swallowed by compensation of employees. When you add the 26% required for salaries of Izinduna, Amakosi, and traditional council secretaries, we discover that 71% of this budget, of the department's entire budget, is gone before a single pipe is fixed, a single road is paved, or a single community is developed. Only 29% remains for actual programs and capital delivery. How do we expect to turn our province around and the municipalities when we spend almost everything on administration and personnel, leaving next to nothing for the development of our communities. This is a recipe for permanent stagnation. And how does this administration handle these tight resources? By playing the most cynical political games imaginable. They slash 19.1 million from administration and 29.9 million from traditional institutional management, deliberately choosing to keep vacant posts for Izinduna frozen. But while they freeze these posts of the ground level leaders who actually keep our communities safe, what does this government do instead? They attempt to buy the silence and loyalty of our traditional leaders with luxury vehicles, expensive cars, and fleeting comforts. Let us call this exactly what it is. It is a page straight out of the colonizer's handbook. When the colonizers arrived on our shores in the past to steal our land, what did they offer our ancestors? They did not offer power, respect, or partnership. They offered them mirrors. They offered them cheap, worthless trinkets. They used shining, meaningless luxuries to distract our leaders while they stripped them of their sovereignty, their authority, and their land. What the traditional leaders requires is their recognition of their power and their right to govern their communities. What this means is that budgets must be created for them to be institutionalized, for the traditional courts to work. And how can they rule and have authority without land being given to them? This is what they have to do. Today, this provincial government is doing the same thing. They hand over luxury cars as gifts. While our modern municipalities collapse under the weight of corruption and theft, the traditional system continues to hold our society together entirely on its own strength. Look at the Izinduna and the traditional leaders and look at how they govern their areas. You know, when a foreigner comes into those areas, a foreigner is welcomed, but not until they are taken to, they go through the Induna, through to the Nkosi, and a full presentation is given of what they've come to do, what do they want, what are the reasons, and what are they bringing to the community. This exercise of their authority ensures that it is the local people who will benefit from all kinds of enterprises, including farming and including business such as the tuck shop or supermarket or manufacturing businesses. So let us look at how business and investments are managed under traditional authorities. As I just said, if the current system is unregulated, untaxed informal shops, they bypass local bylaws, they sell expired products and extract wealth from our communities without giving a single cent back. The traditional authorities or traditional leaders will not do that, and they do not do that. So the economic lawlessness can be...
Thank you very much, Honorable Pasiela. Your time is up. The next speaker from the IFP. Point of order. Sorry, honorable members. Sorry, honorable members. There is a point of order. What rule are you rising on, Honorable MEC?
Thank you very much, Chair. I'm rising in terms of Rule 57. I didn't want to disrupt the honorable member because it's not in relation to her. Chair, I'm a bit worried about how we are conducting the House. We are in a formal sitting, and as we are sitting here, we are in a chamber. But the sitting arrangement is not in line with that. Firstly. Secondly, we see everyone coming in and out, and that's not something that happens in the chamber. So I'm raising this formally with the legislature and the chair of chairs that it must be corrected. We cannot sit as if it's still in Kukwini chair. We must sit according to the rules. Thank you.
No, thank you. Thank you very much, Honorable MEC. I do hope that the Honorable Deputy Chair of Chairs, demand, or is he? Yeah, no, I do hope that Timandi have noted the concern from the Honorable MAC and we do address it moving forward. Also, honorable members, while the honorable member was debating, there was a lot of movements up and down and colleagues engaging loudly. I also did not want to disturb the speaker by raising that, but if we can respect the person on the podium, it would be much appreciated. The next speaker from the IFP is the Honorable Deputy Chair of Chairs, Mtimande, for 9 minutes.
Chairperson, the Honorable MEC, Honorable Member of the Legislature, the HOD and officials of the Legislature and senior management present. We're barely 3 months away from the local government elections. In November, voters of this province and the whole country will be given an opportunity to exercise their democratic right to choose a government that will govern municipalities of our province and of our country for the next 5 years. Today's debate needs to look back to the 5 years to assess and determine whether the aspiration of the voters of our country were fulfilled or not. It would be good if the department were to put together a 5-year report which will clearly outline the state of municipalities in our province. Such a report could cover, amongst others, the following. I'm going to cite 3 or 4 examples in order to illustrate my point. The AG's findings for the particular municipality in terms of audit opinions from 2021 to 2024, budget of the particular municipality for each financial year, how it was spent, the total amount of FWE for each financial year for the period 2021-2024, the total amount of irregular and unauthorized expenditure for each financial year for the said period, consequent management measures that were taken to correct the wrong identified by the AG in particular. Report and compilation of and time of submission of AFS during the period of 21-9 to 2024. Grants expenditure conditional and unconditional for the same period. These are just a few examples to illustrate a point that one is making. The second point that one wishes to talk about is the issue of the traditional council secretaries, who we are pleased to hear that the Honorable MEC has increased it by 1,000 rand in terms of the stipends that they receive. The issue of concern here is that up to now they have not been, it has not been possible to get them employed, and so that they can have access to medical aid and pension benefits. Since I joined this legislature in 2019, I've been fighting this battle, urging the Honorable MEC Hlomuga to do it, but it was not successful. While the Honorable MEC Tolem Loy did a bid to increase the stipend, that the Honorable MEC today has increased it from. This department, since the Honorable MEC Telezi took over as MEC, has done a lot to improve the status of farmer costs. I hope it will continue to do so. As local government elections draw to a close, political point scoring should not distract us from the real responsibility we all share to build municipalities that serve the people of our province effectively. The IFP commends the Honorable MEC Reverend Thulasizwe Buthelezi for acting decisively to support municipalities whose equitable share allocations were withheld due to non-compliance with the Municipal Finance Management Act and its regulations. These interventions demonstrate a commitment to restoring good governance and financial accountability. Section 152 of the Constitution places a clear responsibility on municipalities to provide democratic and accountable government, ensure sustainable service delivery, promote social and economic development, create safe and healthy environments, and encourage meaningful community participation. It is against this constitutional mandate that the IFP supports the budget vote of the department and welcomes the allocation of 2.33 billion for the 26-27 financial year allocation. This budget vote comes at a critical time. Across KwaZulu-Natal, our communities are demanding municipalities that are accountable, that are responsible and capable of delivering quality services. A budget is more than a financial statement. It is a reflection of government's priorities and its commitment to improving the lives of the people it serves. The IFP welcomes the fact that the department was able to spend 99.95% of the adjusted budget as at the end of the 25-26 financial year. Spending budget alone cannot be our only measure for success. Financial performance must always be accompanied by improved service delivery. The people of our province do not simply want government to spend money, but they expect government to deliver tangible results. While we acknowledge the progress made by the department, we must also recognize that many municipalities continue to face serious government challenges. Many communities in our province still experience unreliable water supply, deteriorating infrastructure, weak financial management, and poor service delivery. Municipalities remain the front line of government. When municipalities fail, it is ordinary citizens who bear the consequences. This is why a capable leadership, professional administration, and strict financial discipline must remain at the center of local government. We are encouraged to know that most municipalities in KwaZulu-Natal have complied with the provincial treasury's requirement to adopt funded budgets for the 26-27 financial year. Unfunded budgets create unrealistic expectations, undermine financial sustainability, and place an unnecessary burden on future generations. One of the greatest challenges confronting local government remains the shortage of appropriately qualified officials. Year after year, the AG has identified inadequate skills and weak administrative capacity as key contributors to poor audit outcomes and government failures. Municipal managers, chief financial officers, technical directors, and other senior officials must be appointed on merit based on qualification, competence, experience, and integrity. Public institutions cannot succeed when professional standards are compromised by political considerations. While provincial interventions and the appointment of administrators may be necessary where municipalities have failed, these measures should remain temporary. Our objective must always be to restore stability and enable municipalities to function independently and effectively. The department continues its effort to strengthen municipal performance management system are therefore welcomed. Planning, budgeting, implementation, and monitoring must operate as an integrated system to ensure that government programs produce measurable results. Municipalities that continue to improve their audit outcome deserve recognition. At the same time, municipalities that repeatedly receive poor audit findings require stronger oversight, targeted support, and decisive corrective action. The recurring weaknesses identified in financial controls, supply chain management, and governance cannot become accepted as normal practice. The IFP remains firm that consequence management must be constantly enforced. Officials responsible for unauthorized, irregular, fruitless, and wasteful expenditure must be held accountable in accordance with the law. Accountability cannot exist only in legislation and policy documents. It must be demonstrated through action. The IFP recognizes that a capable workforce is essential if the department is to fulfill its constitutional responsibilities. However, this investment must translate into stronger municipal support, improved governance, and measurable improvements in service delivery. Every public servant has a responsibility to ensure that taxpayers received value for every rand spent. Similarly, every rand allocated through this budget must contribute directly towards improving the lives of the people of KwaZulu-Natal. Public resources are limited and must therefore be managed responsibly, transparently, and efficiently. I'll come back.
Thank you very much, Honorable Gunene. Demanded the next speaker from the ANC, it's the Honorable MEC, Mrs. Melane, for 4 minutes.
Thank you very much, Chair. Good morning to you. Good morning to the MEC and all the members. Honorable Chair, the African National Congress rises to support the budget for the Department of Corporate Governance and Traditional Affairs. Since the advent of the current local government dispensation in December 2000, following the transition from the transitional local councils, the ANC has remained resolute in its commitment to building a democratic, developmental, and people-centered local government. This includes the extension of basic services to millions of South Africans, including access to clean water, sanitation, electricity, and refuse removal. The introduction of integrated development plans, what is normally called IDPs, giving communities a formal voice in shaping local development priorities. The creation of ward committees and public participation mechanism, bringing government closer to the people, the list is long. Today, we reaffirm that capable, ethical, and developmental local government remains indispensable to the ANC's vision of transforming communities and improving the quality of life of all South Africans, as articulated in our election manifesto of 2024. Chairperson, municipalities are the sphere of government that is closest to our people. They are the first point of contact for essential services such as clean water, sanitation, refuse removal. When municipalities perform well, communities prosper. When they fail, it is ordinary citizens who bear the greatest burden. It is for this reason that the African National Congress supports the department's allocation of 2.17 billion rands. This investment recognizes that municipalities remain the front line of service delivery, economic development, and democratic accountability. They cannot be allowed to fail, because their success is inseparable from the well-being of our communities and the growth of our province. However, our support is accompanied by a clear expectation, MEC, that every rand allocated towards municipal support must produce measurable improvements in governance, financial management, institutional stability, and service delivery. Public resources must translate into visible change in our communities. Chairperson, we remain concerned that several municipalities in KwaZulu-Natal continue to receive adverse audit outcomes, experience persistent governance instability, and struggle to provide reliable basic services. These recurring challenges undermine public confidence in local government and delay the development of our communities and that they deserve. The department must therefore provide decisive leadership in strengthening municipal governance and ensuring that support interventions achieve lasting results. Where we put administrators, MEC, we must ensure that there is actually outcome that is tangible, that we can see, and there actually is a change in the municipalities where we had put those that are meant to support. Where recovery plans are adopted, they must be implemented with urgency and monitored rigorously. Chairperson, equally important is the consequence management. Consequence management. Municipal leadership that repeatedly ignores audit findings, fails to implement recovery plans, or permits financial mismanagement to persist must be held accountable. Accountability cannot be optional, should not be optional, nor can poor governance become normalized. MEC, you and I yesterday were evidence to a municipal manager that was unable to account from Newcastle and could not indicate what consequence management were put in place when he had discovered that there was misappropriation of funds or funds that were allocated where they were not supposed to. And he was not able to explain to us what is it that he had done. We want to emphasize that something like that must never happen again and it should come to an end. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable MEC. The next speaker from the MKP, the Honorable Zuma, for 7 minutes.
Thank you, Chairperson. Honorable MEC, ngibingelele inkosi yasemadungeni ingekho lapha. Ngiphinde ngibingelele umhlonishwa Chief Whip wethu Madlokovu. Ngokukhulu intobeko ngiphinde ngibongele inkosi yasemadungeni umsebenzi omusha utholile. Indlula mithi yamakhosi iye yamnikeza omunye umsebenzi. Siyayibongela kakhulu. Chairperson, ngizoqala ngokusho nje ukuthi akuyona neze impazamo ukuthi umgcini mafa kazwelonke abone kungcono ukuthi agodle imali engu-13.5 billion emalini emele ukusiza omasipala kulelizwe. Lokhu kusho uma ihlonze okwesuleka kohulumeni basekhaya ukuletha izidingo zabantu. Kusho ukuthi nohulumeni kakhongolose namadlela ndawonye imbala usubonile ukuthi iyehluleka ukufeza into ababeyithembise abantu eminyakeni emihlanu edlule. Bonke labo masipala baphethwe ukhongolose inkatha kanye nabamhlophe. Thina ke siwumkhonto wesizwe siyazibuza ukuthi hawu sibe sithi wewu ngoba asazi ngempela ukuthi kanti kwenze njani kulabo masipala. Umgcini mafa akaveze nje agodle imali engafanele ukuthuthukisa umphakathi. Le nto uyenza umasipala uma esehluleka wancama ukuletha izidingo zabantu isikhathi eside. Nonke niyalwazi udaba lwakoMpendle, Mzinyathi, Newcastle, Amajuba, Baqulusi, Mkhanyakude naseMadlangeni. Kubona bonke omasipala ababanjelwe imali. Siyazi sonke ukuthi imiphakathi ebakhele inhlwempu ngendlela eyisimanga. Siyamangala nje ukuthi inkatha nokhongolose bacabanga ukuthi abantu ababoni ukuthi izimeya namakhansela adla imali aze khohle ukuthi kumele kukhokhwe izikweletu, kufakwe amanzi, ugesi, kulungiswe nemigwaqo. Honorable Speaker, is it interesting to note that COGTA has reduced the budget for the compensation of the employees by 19 million 2026 and 2027 by the 23 million in 27-28 in financial year. This explanation for this decrease in budget is said to be staggered approach in filling of the vacant post. Instead of COGTA urgently filling the vacant post in order to assist and monitor the 7 municipalities which failed to spend the conditional grant in the province. This department decided to use this money for other things. This is a bit odd sense in my area. For instance, water projects have never yielded water for the past 20 years. Instead, contractors are changing pipe year after year without any drop of water coming out. Honorable Chair, mina nginenkinga kwelakithi izwe ngoba sinamanzi adlulayo okuwuthukela kanye neMoy River impofana. Amanzi ayadlula nje kodwa sikwazi ukwenza access kuyona. Ongabe kuba nendlela okuthathwa lamanzi epurify ukuze abantu bekwazi ukuphuza. Kodwa ngoba kufanele ukuthi kube nama kuthiwa ngalesa sikhathi kwakuthiwa amavatelikani manje kuthiwa yini? Seyiwo amavatelikani namanje. Kufanele kube nospanibani akufanele bedle ngalamavatelikani. Amanye wahamba inhlobo. Diesel emile nje. Afakela diesel bemile nje ngoba osibani. Ngakho ke mina ngizothi lo hulumeni ake ube noshintsho. Khona kuzoke kusizwe impilo zethu. Thina lesagcinezeleka emsinga since now and since lengaza. Lesagcinezeleka thina asinawo nje amanzi aclean inhlobo. Ayadlula nje ngendlela. Uyabona ke somlomo siyazi sonke ukuthi omasipala bayazinhlanhlathela nje kodwa nje nomnyango wakaCOGTA uyazifanela ngoba batanda emagaraji bathenge nezimoto ezifundleni zokulekelela omasipala ukuthi basebenzele abantu. Ngaleyo ndlela sigcina sesibona izikazibuyela umgcini mafa.
Sorry Ngomalala. Ngibane ngicela umisa isikhathi. Yeah, Honorable Chief Whip of the MKP. Honorable Chief Whip of the MKP, in terms of Rule 56, you are not allowed to converse out loud. You are disturbing your own member. Yeah, please. On a serious note, colleagues, on a serious note, Mamalala is on the podium. If we can just lower our voices so that he can also be heard. Thank you.
Ngaleyo ndlela sigcina sesibona izigidigidi zezimali zibuyela kumgcini mafa unyaka nonyaka. Kuphinde kuxake ngoba lo nyaka unciphisa imali efanele ukukhokhela izinduna ngo-46 million kulo nyaka. Ngifisa ukuthi umhlonishwa u-MEC uShenge aze ukuthi lezi nduna ezingaholi nezivinjwa imiholo yazo ziyabuka nje. Kodwa ngomhla ka-4 November zizikhulumele. I thank you.
Hey. Thank you very much. The next speaker from the Democratic Alliance, the Honorable Tim Berteset, for 9 minutes.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. Honourable members, I shall wait for the affecting my time, but anyway. Thank you. Chair, first of all, I'm glad to see that certain speakers have taken the opportunity to cover the whole history of South Africa from Riebeck to the Madlanga Commission. It's really nice to get a review on those issues as we debate COGTA today, although those issues have nothing to do with COGTA. This vote today is central to the health of our municipalities, the dignity of our traditional institutions, and the resilience of our communities. It is here that the failures of local government are confronted or ignored. It is here that accountability must be enforced. The Portfolio Committee has reported that COGTA's allocation has increased from 1.93 billion in 25-26 to just over 2 billion in 26-27, a 5.29% increase. Much of this increase is inflationary, unfortunately not transformative. Alarmingly, 45% of the budget is consumed by compensation of employees, and a further 26% by allocations to izinduna, amakosi, and traditional council secretaries. This means that 71% of the budget is locked into salaries and stipends, leaving only 29% for operational and project costs. This imbalance severely constrains the department's ability to meet service delivery targets. Honourable members, this is the first challenge. The budget is employee heavy and service delivery weak. The committee's report and deliberation reveal deep challenges. The budget imbalance. Too much is spent on personnel, leaving little for service deliveries. Unmet targets. Program 1 recorded the highest number of unmet targets last year, raising doubts about the capacity to deliver in 26-27. Weak internal controls. Concerns remain about unauthorized, irregular, fruitless, and wasteful expenditure. Delayed disciplinary cases. Cases not finalized within 90 days, undermining consequence management. Service delivery failures, water shortages, rising electricity costs, and collapsing infrastructure continue to plague municipalities. Sorry, Chair, I can't see my time on that screen. I don't know if I can be assisted with that. Thank you. Your eyesight's better than mine. Reliance, thank you. Reliance on consultants instead of strengthening internal capacity. The department spends far too heavily on consultants, raising questions of value for money. Capacity constraints. Municipal support programs are underfunded and overstretched. Honourable members, another pressing issue is the rollout of vehicles to the amakosi. We support our traditional leaders. We affirm their right to have the tools necessary to perform their duties effectively. Vehicles are indeed vital for amakosi to reach communities and attend ceremonies and fulfill their governance role. But here is the problem. This rollout is not properly budgeted for. It has been funded out of savings on rentals and on compensation of employees. The problem is will those savings be there in the next year, in the outer year? So is it sustainable? What aspect of the budget suffers because of it? If funds are diverted to vehicles, does that mean that fewer resources are available for municipal support, fewer interventions in distressed municipalities, fewer disaster management initiatives? Honourable Member, this is not a question of whether Amakosi deserve vehicles. Our position is that they do. The question is whether or not the budget can sustain it without undermining other priorities. Transparency is needed. Accountability is needed. We cannot afford unfunded mandates that weaken service delivery. To be clear, the Democratic Alliance wants the assistance to traditional leaders to be sustainable. We are hopeful that the Honourable MEC can take us into his confidence today and share details of the budget reprioritisation and the policy being developed to govern the use of the vehicles. The next question I want to discuss today, and it is the 200-kilogram python in the room. I'm not referring to other animals for fear of offending some of my colleagues. I'm not saying anything about elephants. Okay, but this is a massive issue. The committee noted ongoing distress in municipalities. This has been highlighted by others, worsened by weak financial management and poor service delivery, yet KOGTA's role remains limited to support and advice. This is the crux of the problem. Municipalities are autonomous under the Constitution, leaving provincial legislatures powerless to enforce accountability. It is also unfortunate that it would appear that the political leadership in failing municipalities has not stepped up, and we need to be honest about this, honourable members, has not stepped up to show the same political will to effectively address these issues. Honourable members, this is unacceptable. When the taps run dry, when the lights go out, when sewage flows in the streets, citizens do not blame autonomy. They blame government, and rightly so. It is time for us as a legislature to confront the structural weakness. Within the current legislative framework that we have at our disposal, the only effective mechanism we can deploy is to dramatically widen the scope and opportunity for Section 132 hearings, as contemplated in the MFMA. These hearings empower KZN's legislature's KOGTA Portfolio Committee to hold municipalities directly to account. We can address unauthorized, irregular, or fruitless expenditure, thereby playing the role to fix financial management and service delivery failures. We can hold municipal managers, municipal mayors, municipal managers, and municipal public account committees directly accountable for executing corrective action plans. In order to exercise these powers, the KOGTA Portfolio Committee will require the cooperation of the KZN legislature. The current AOP has been approved with only 10 slots for Section 132 hearings. This is woefully inadequate to deal with 54 municipalities across the province. The DA therefore calls on the legislature to grant KOGTA far more slots for this purpose than has previously been the case. Without such authority, Vote 11 will remain a budget of support without enforcement, of advice without authority, of hope without power. Honourable members, this is not a call for more bureaucracy, it's a call for leadership. The Office of the Premier, Treasury, Legislature and KOGTA must work together to enforce accountability. Municipalities must be partners in development, not obstacles. We must reject the culture of impunity. We must insist that every rand at municipal level delivers value for money. In conclusion, Honourable Speaker, we welcome the budget under Vote 11. We acknowledge the support it provides. We commend the allocations to traditional leadership and disaster management. Honourable members, let us support this budget with appreciation, with vigilance, but also with resolve. Let us demand more. Let us conduct more vigorous oversight. Let us deliver more. I commend vote 11 to the House. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Tim. The next speaker from the EFF. It's the Honorable Twala who is joining us online. Honorable Twala, over to you for six minutes.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I'm still the Honorable Twala of the EFF, the nearly said of the NKP. Honorable Chairperson, members of the Portfolio Committee, today the department asks us, as this House, to believe that it can rescue municipalities with only 29% of its budget available for programs, while 71% is already committed to salaries, Amakosi is in related employment and employee costs. This is not a simply financial constraint. It is a policy choice. The department says it will improve financial management, says it will tackle water and electricity challenges. It says it will reduce unauthorized expenditure. It says it will assist municipalities to recover consumer debts. It says it will monitor indigent policies if they are implemented correctly. The department says a number of things. Where exactly is the money that will achieve all these commitments? The department keeps speaking about supporting municipalities. After years of support, municipalities are not improving, they are deteriorating. Support without measurable improvement become an excuse for failure. Support without accountability becomes subsidized incompetence. Support without consequences becomes wasteful expenditure. The Auditor General has repeatedly highlighted municipalities with weak financial discipline, poor accountability, and governance failures. National Treasury has now withheld suitable share allocation from municipalities, including Mbendle, Newcastle, Madlangeni, Umkhanyabuta, Baqulusa, and Amajuba. And I was hoping that the technical support was going to be provided to such municipalities which have clearly a collapse. These municipalities did not fail overnight. They've been failing for years. What has COGTA support achieved? If municipalities continue collapsing after receiving technical support year after year, then surely the department must admit that its intervention model has failed. The MSC also must answer one question. At what point does COGTA stop supporting failure and start intervening against failure? Chairperson, Newcastle Municipality, for instance, every audit cycle exposes new financial concern. Now, there are allegations that unauthorized expenditure was concealed during the budget approval process. Amajuba District Municipality is on record, it did not pass its budget. How many more audit findings does COGTA acquire before acting? Or has any financial misconduct become so normal that it no longer triggers interventions? The Constitution did not create provincial oversight as a ceremonial function. It created oversight to protect communities from exactly this type of collapse. The department spent approximately 20 million procuring vehicles for Amakosi. The EFF respects the institution and traditional leadership and acknowledges the contribution traditional leaders make in maintaining stability and supporting rural communities. But priorities matter. Communities do not queue for water because Amakosi lacks vehicles. Communities queue for water because infrastructure has collapsed. Today, 13 out of 14 municipalities are struggling to provide safe and reliable water. That should have been the department's emergency and a reprioritization of the budget. Instead, water has become another promise deferred to the next financial year. The people cannot survive on commitments. They need functioning taps. The chairperson, the department speaks about disaster preparedness. We therefore ask The provincial disaster management plan started during 2024-25 financial year and is expected to conclude during 26-27. What percentage has been completed? How much has been spent? What inputs and have been delivered? Or will this plan itself become another disaster requiring intervention? In Nkandla Disaster Management Center has been allocated 23 million. When will communities see a functioning center rather than another budget line? Chairperson, the greatest crisis facing local government is no longer a shortage of plans. It is a shortage of municipal consequences. Municipal managers fail, chief financial officers fail, councils fail. Audit outcomes deteriorate, community suffers, yet the system simply resorts to another financial year. The EFF refuses to normalize failure. Every rand allocated to COGTA must produce municipalities that can supply water, collect refuse, maintain roads, keep the lights on, and account for public money. We can characterize these municipalities since their term is coming to an end. 90% of them, they fail the people of KwaZulu-Natal.
Thank you very much, Honorable Twala. The next speaker from the ANC is the Honorable Sithole Mloyi for 4 minutes.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, Honorable MEC, Honorable members, and all officials from the department and those that are viewing us from home in KwaZulu-Natal. African National Congress has always maintained that local government is where democracy must be felt, and it is our municipalities where constitutional rights become lived reality, where access to water, sanitation, roads, refuse removal, and local economic opportunity determine whether democracy carries meaning in the daily lives of our people. Ingenxa yalokho kuba umbutho wesizwe uqhubeka njalo ugcizelela ukuba akuqinisekiswe ukuba sinomasipala abasezingeni abakwaziyo ukubheka izidingo zomphakathi bathuthukise umphakathi ukuze izimpilo zabantu bakithi zishintshe. Uma omasipala sithi bafanele ukube babe ngomasipala abaguqula izimpilo zabantu, lokho kuzokwenzeka uma umasipala beqiniswa bangabi entekenteke ekugcineni izidingo zabantu nasekwenzeni izibophezelo ezinikezwe ngumthetho wezwe lakithi nomthetho olawula omasipala. Honorable Chair, the department has tabled a budget of approximately 2.17 billion with significant allocation directed towards municipal development, planning, and institutional support. African National Congress support this appropriation because municipalities remains the front line for service delivery and local economic development. Kanjalo-ke ingahlukaniswa imali yabiwe imali kodwa uma imali ingazuwenza umahluko kumuntu olaphaya ekhaya ayizuwenza ukuthi sithi leyo mali yenze umsebenzi ofaneleyo. Yingakho-ke sihambisana kakhulu nesinqumo esathathwa ikomiti lezemali uma libheka ukuthi imali yemiswe kanjani nohlahlo lwayo lenziwe kanjani. Ngizelelela ukuthi-ke kuyoba kahle ukuthi le yonke imali ebekiwe yenze umsebenzi ukuthi iyaqinisekisa ukuthi iyenzeka imisebenzi futhi siyaphinde si-account for umsebenzi owenziwe nanokuthi-ke izidingo zabantu ziyabonakala zenza umahluko ezimpilweni zabo usuku nosuku. Uma kungenzekanga lokho kanjalo kusho ukuthi le budget iyobe ifailile abantu bakwaZulu-Natal. Ingalesi sizathu-ke nje singumbutho wesizwe siqhubeka sithi-ke siyabona ukuthi ikhona imali enikezelwe iprogram 3. Leyo mali-ke ayiveze phela izithelo zokuthi kube khona uguquko indlela esenza ngayo, izingqalasizinda indlela esizibeka ngayo nesizenza ngayo nokuthuthukiswa komnotho ey'ndaweni lapho sihlala khona. Kuyokwenza lokho kuba siyibone umahluko ngalolu hlahlo lwemali lalo nyaka wezimali. The reality confronting many municipalities remain deeply concerning. Governance instability, deteriorating infrastructure, weak financial management, and poor implementation continue to undermine the public confidence. These challenges cannot be resolved through administrative compliance alone. They require decisive leadership, disciplined planning, and effective execution. At a time when municipalities continue to battle aging infrastructure, water losses, inadequate maintenance, and constrained finances, public expenditure must remain firmly focused on developmental priorities, not expenditure that is high in symbolism, but low in development impact, as we have seen. Kanjalo-ke ishumi neshumi elibekiwe kufanele luwenze umahluko eqinisekeni ukuthi siyazivusa izingqalasizinda esezonakele nesezindala ukuze sikwazi ukuthi sikhuphule nezinga lomnotho lapho kukhona abantu. Lelu hlahlo lwabuyomali siyalichasa njenge-ANC ukuba luqhubeke. Sibonga kakhulu ukuthi imali ifakiwe komabhala bezizwe. Siyakubonga
Thank you.
umsebenzi omuhle.
Thank you very much, Mhlonishwa.
Environment.
Mhlonishwa, your time is up, Mhlonishwa. Thank you very much. The next speaker from the MKP for 7 minutes, the Honorable Babu Taba.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, Honorable MEC. Greeting all members of the House, members of the department. Arise on municipality infrastructure, grand underspending, and national clawback. Every financial year, several highly impoverished municipalities in KwaZulu-Natal fail to spend their full municipality infrastructure grant allocations, leading to aggressive physical clawback by the National Treasury. Can the MEC provide a comprehensive list of KwaZulu-Natal municipalities that forfeited infrastructure funds back to national coffers during the past cycle? And what specific technical support is KOGTA deploying to prevent poor communities from losing vital capital due to local administrative? The department has routinely placed dysfunctional municipalities under structural administration via Section 139 of the Constitution. However, historical data shows that many of these municipalities collapse back into instability the moment the administrator exists. Does the MEC admit that Section 139 intervention have become an expensive cosmetic compliance routine rather than a sustainable care for local state failure? And what structural changes are being introduced to ensure long-term stability? The combined debt owed by KZN municipalities to ESCOM and the various water bodies has reached catastrophic heights, frequently threatening poor households with sudden bulk electricity and water disconnections. Beyond the superficial repayment agreement that local municipalities cannot afford, what concrete financial intervention is KOGTA implementing alongside Treasury to restructure this debt and protect ordinary citizens from systematic service cut-off? Primarily, driver of local state decay is the appointment of politically connected but technically incompetent individuals to critical administrative roles, such as chief financial officers and the municipality managers. What rigorous verification systems is KOGTA enforcing this financial year to vet senior municipality to bridge the gap between grassroots communities and the municipal councils. Yet the vast majority across KwaZulu-Natal are functionally dead or weaponized as partisan gatekeepers. Can the MEC disclose the exact total budget allocated towards committee stipend and training in this vote, and how COGTA intend to independently audit their real world functionality? Millions of rand are continuously funneled into municipal local economic development program to foster local growth. However, youth unemployment and the small business mortality rates in rural districts remain staggeringly high. Will the MEC table a transparent project by project impact report proving how many sustainable permanent jobs were created by local economic development grant in the past year, as opposed to short-term, unmeasurable funding allocations? Rural regions of KwaZulu-Natal are increasingly vulnerable to severe localized climate disaster, including destructive lightning strikes and floods. Given that the provincial emergency funding is consistently delayed, what explicit step is COGTA taking to structurally equip and physically resource district disaster management centers so they can deploy relief within hours rather than weeks or an emergency? While the Department of Human Settlement holds the primary responsibility for housing delivery, the essential infrastructure such as bulk water networks, electricity connections, and the local access roads relies entirely on municipal coordination under COGTA oversight. What formally interdepartmental compliance framework has been established to eliminate the system function and the delivery bottleneck between municipal planning and the provincial house projects? The ongoing unfunded statutory obligation to compensate Izinduna headmen has placed severe unplanned financial strain. On COGTA operations, this line over successive cycle, can the MEC provide a transparent financial breakdown of the total multi-year shortfall caused by this mandate, and explain how the department intends to stabilize its baseline without
The next speaker from the DA, the Honorable Naya, for 3 minutes.
Thank you and greetings once again, Chair, to you in the House. Honorable Brataset has correctly outlined the serious weaknesses and risks contained in this budget. I will therefore focus on the positive commitments that must now be translated into delivery. But firstly, Honorable Zuma, you've raised the issue of unpaid Izinduna. With all fairness, you are fully aware that this portfolio committee on a daily basis deals with this particular matter. So please do refer the details of the unpaid Izinduna to the portfolio chair for onward submission to the department. Chair, the DA welcomes the appointment of the permanent head of department after a lengthy period of acting arrangements. This should provide greater administrative stability, clearer responsibility, and stronger accountability within the department. We also welcome the commitment to support all 54 municipalities with their service delivery and budget implementation plans, the focus on improving conditional grant expenditure, stronger disaster preparedness, and the continued implementation of the provincial water master plan. These are encouraging priorities, but they are not achievements simply because they appear in a budget or an annual performance plan. Their value must be determined by the implementation. Residents must experience better governed municipalities, more reliable water and electricity services, improved infrastructure, and proper value for public money. The DA will support that what works and acknowledge progress where it is made. But constructive participation does not mean silence. Where implementation is weak, targets are missed, or public money fails to produce results, we will insist on correction. Honorable Chair, we have also listened with interest to the contributions from the opposition benches. The confidence with which the MK party lectures others on municipal governance is impressive. It might carry greater weight if they were supported by even one municipality successfully governed by the MK party, one municipal budget they have balanced, or one failing service delivery system they have repaired. This does not prevent them from criticizing, but perhaps there should be a little bit of caution and humility in the delivery. Municipal government is not managed through slogans, outrage, or political theater. It requires clean administration, disciplined spending, difficult decisions, and consistent delivery. It is because of corruption and maladministration with little to no or slow consequence management.
Thank you, Honorable Naya.
Thank you, Chair.
Time is up. The next speaker is supposed to be the NFP's Honorable MSC Shinga, who has tendered her apology. Accordingly, we will move to the next speaker from the ANC, the Honorable Fraser, for 4 minutes.
Thank you, Chairperson, Honorable MEC, honorable members. Having listened carefully to this debate, one is left with a simple but important truth. No one in this House disputes that local government remains the sphere of government closest to our people. The real question before us is whether this budget adequately responds to the challenges confronting our municipalities and whether every rand appropriated will translate into meaningful improvements in the lives of the people of KwaZulu-Natal. The African National Congress approaches this question neither with blind optimism nor political opportunism. We support what advances the interest of our people. We acknowledge progress and where it is evident, and we demand accountability where implementation falls short. That is the responsibility of the governing movement. Honorable Chairperson, Vote 11 appropriates over 2 billion to this department. Within this allocation, Program 4 and Program 5 carry enormous responsibility for strengthening traditional institutions, supporting rural development, and ensuring that communities are protected from the increasing threat of climate-related disasters. These programs cannot simply exist to administer government. They must improve the quality of life of our people. The ANC therefore supports continued investment in Program 4 because the strengthening traditional institution has never been the project of one administration or one political party. It is rooted in the democratic settlement led by the African National Congress, which recognized the institution of traditional leadership within our constitutional order and consistently invested in strengthening traditional councils as partners in governance, rural development, and social cohesion. We therefore reject any attempt to present support for traditional leadership as though it began with the current administration. It did not. The ANC has always understood that strong traditional institutions contribute to stronger communities. However, Chairperson, this support must be measured by developmental outcomes and non-citizenship. Program 4 must strengthen the institution capacity of traditional councils, improve governance systems, and enhance administration capability so that traditional institutions become active partners in local economic development, land administration, environment stewardship, and community development. The department's chairperson owns planning documents, commit this administration to strengthen municipal support, improving governance systems, and coordinating integrated development across the province. Those commitments are welcomed, but they now require visible implementation. As we close, it is because the ANC Congress, African National it is because the ANC remains committed to building a capable, ethical, and developmental state, and because we expect every location under Vote 11 to advance that constitutional vision. We support the budget. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Honorable Fraser. I now wish to invite the troublesome Honorable Chief Whip of the MKP, the Honorable Mungati, for 12 minutes.
Honorable Chairperson, Patiswa Nkangelele, honorable members in this August House, the people of KwaZulu-Natal ngiyanibingelela. Umkhonto wesizwe party, sifisa ukudlulisa amazwi enduduzo kumndeni kamhlonishwa uDr. Mahlaba ngokusishiya ngokukhulu ukuzuma. Sithi umphefumulo wakhe mawulale ngokuthula. Uyasho umbhalo encwadini kaJobe 42 verse 2 othi ngiyazi ukuthi ungenza konke kepha alina kuvinjwa icebo lakho. Sithi nje duduzekani mndeni nehlobo. Honorable Chairperson, the Umkhonto wesizwe party rises today to debate Vote 11 because this budget represents continuity in failure rather than a decisive program to rescue municipality and restore dignity of the people of KwaZulu-Natal. Year after year, this legislature is presented with glossy annual performance plan, revised targets, and increased budget, yet communities continue to experience collapsing municipalities, unreliable water supply, frequent electricity interruptions, deteriorating roads, illegal dumping, sewage spilling into rivers, and complete breakdown of local government. The people of KwaZulu-Natal have become victims of government that measure success by reports instead of result. The MKP refuses to celebrate paperwork while our people continue to suffer. The committee report confirms that the department budget increases from 1.9 billion in 2025-2026 financial year to 2,333 million in 2026-27 financial year, an increase of about 102 million, which is about 5.2%. Yet the report itself acknowledges that this increase is merely an inflationary adjustment and not a meaningful expansion of service delivery. The question before this House is simple. How can government expect municipalities to improve services? 71% of the department's total budget, 71% of the department's total budget is consumed before meaningful service delivery even begins, leaving only 29% available for operational programs and projects. Government cannot continue spending the overwhelming majority of public money on administration, while communities wait years for clean water, sanitation, disaster relief, and functioning municipality. The MKP believes government exists to serve the people, not to sustain an expanding bureaucracy. The committee further notes that there are 1,227 field posts, 107 vacant posts, together with interns and trainees. If government already spends almost half of the budget on personnel, why do municipalities still lack engineers, planners, financial specialists, project managers, and technical professionals? The truth is that our municipalities suffer not because there are too new officials, but because political deployment has replaced merit, competence, and accountability. Capable professionals are overlooked while political loyalty becomes the primary qualifications of appointment. The committee itself raises serious concerns about municipal distress, Section 106 investigations, Section 154 interventions, electricity challenges, water challenges, disciplinary delays, irregular expenditure, consultant dependence, and weak internal controls. These are not opposition allegations. They are concerns formally recorded by the portfolio committee itself. Yet, despite identifying these problems, the department offers no bold structural reforms capable of addressing the root causes of municipal collapse. The department proudly indicates that it has increased its performance indicators from 100 to 118 targets, adding 42 new indicators while removing 24. Honorable Chairperson, adding targets does not improve service delivery. Government has become obsessed with measuring activity instead of measuring impact. Communities do not care how many indicators appear in the APP. They care where water comes from their taps. They care where refuse is collected. They care where roads are repaired. They care where municipalities answer their calls. They care where disaster victims receive assistance. Government must stop confusing paperwork with progress. The MKP is also deeply concerned about the department's continued reliance on consultants. The committee specifically questioned whether consultants' expenditure provide value for money. This concern is entirely justified. Even every year, millions of rand leave government through consultancy contracts, while permanent institutional capacity remains weak. Reports are written, presentations are delivered, and invoices are paid, but municipalities continue to fail. Consultants should never become a permanent substitute to capable public servants. Honorable Chairperson, KwaZulu-Natal is one of the provinces most vulnerable to floods, storms, fires, and climate-related disaster. Thousands of families continue to live in dangerous conditions because disaster management systems remain reactive instead of proactive. Communities repeatedly wait months for relief while government debates procurement procedures. Disaster management cannot continue operating through crisis response alone. It requires investment, planning, and rapid intervention. Unfortunately, this project does not inspire confidence that these weaknesses be addressed. Traditional leadership remains cornerstone of rural governance and social cohesion. The MKP fully recognizes the historic and constitutional role played by Amakosi and Izinduna in preserving our customs, resolving disputes, and supporting community development. However, supporting traditional leadership must never become an excuse for failing rural communities. Rural residents deserve functioning roads, reliable water, healthcare system, schools, digital connectivity, and economic opportunities. Respect for traditional institutions must be matched with the meaningful rural development. Honorable Chairperson, the MKP believes municipalities should become engines of the economic development rather than the centers of financial distress. Local governments should create jobs through infrastructure investment, support emerging contractors, empower youth-owned enterprises, strengthen local government, local procurement, reduce red tape of investors, and accelerate service delivery. Instead, municipalities have become synonymous with corruptions, investigation, service delivery protest, and financial collapse. This strategy cannot continue. Honorable Chairperson, our people are tired of hearing that government is monitoring, reviewing, strengthening, or developing frameworks. They want functioning municipalities. They want accountability. They want consequences for corruption. They want competent leadership. Above all, they want a government that places citizens before politics. The MKP believes that local government must return to the principles of integrity, accountability, patriotism, and servant leadership. Public money must be directed towards infrastructure rather than excessive administration. Professional appointments must replace cadre deployment. Financial discipline must replace wasteful expenditure. Municipal managers must be appointed because of competence, not political connections. We reject this budget because the people of KwaZulu-Natal deserve municipalities that work, not municipalities that merely produce reports. They deserve accountability leadership, efficient service delivery, and a government that honors its constitutional obligations. Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mngadi. The last speaker is the Honorable demand from the IFP for 9 minutes.
Honorable Chairperson, it's a pity that Honorable Zoma has gone. I wanted to remind him that the Honorable MEC in his speech said there are 156 in Dona that are going to be accommodated in the budget. And that there's 531 million that is budgeted for Amakosi and his Induna salaries. That shows a long way in terms of how this government is committed to the cause of ensuring that all Izinduna ultimately benefit. The IFA also wishes to commend the Honorable MEC for the leadership demonstrated in strengthening traditional leadership institutions across KwaZulu-Natal. Traditional leaders remain an integral part of governance, particularly in rural communities where they continue to promote stability, resolve disputes, preserve cultural heritage, and strengthen cooperation between government and communities. We welcome the department's continued investment in traditional leadership, including support to 307 Amakosi, 2,977 is in Duna. We also welcome the additional allocation for annual salary adjustment for Amakosi, as well as funding to address outstanding payback obligations. The provision of vehicles, medical aid, and improved working conditions for Amakosi demonstrate the government's recognition of the important role they continue to play in serving the people of KwaZulu-Natal. We support this initiative, which is aimed at empowering traditional institutions through supplying equipment to them, community development programs, and the empowerment of Ondlunkulu. We further welcome the allocation of 46 odd million rand towards electrification projects in Ulundi, Abaqulusi, Babanango, Nkandla, and Wakamaphumulo. Access to the reliable electricity remains fundamental to economic development, investment, public safety, and improving the quality of life of the people of KwaZulu-Natal. Similarly, the allocation of 220 million odd rand towards the construction of and rehabilitation of and refurbishment of traditional authority centers is welcomed. These facilities strengthen local governance and improve access to government services in rural communities. The allocation of 11 million rand towards the Nkandla Disaster Management Center is equally important. KwaZulu-Natal continues to experience severe weather events, flooding and natural disasters, making disaster preparedness and effective emergency response more important than ever. We note the allocation of 14 odd million rand for consultants, including financial experts to support municipalities. While specialist expertise may sometimes be necessary, consultants should transfer skills to ensure sustainable institution capacity rather than creating long-term dependence. The department must also continue to ensure compliance with the requirements to pay service providers within the 30 days. Late payment places unnecessary financial strain on businesses, particularly small and emerging enterprises that depend on government constructs to sustain operations, pay employees and create jobs. Prompt in payment is not merely a legal obligation, it is an important contribution to the local development. The IFP remains concerned by the persistent challenges facing several municipalities, including weak governance, inadequate revenue collection, aging infrastructure, growing consumer debt, and poor financial management. The Back to Basics programs, which the Honorable MC alluded to in his speech, must continue addressing these underlying cases of municipal failure through practical support, strong oversight, and improved institutional capacity. We also call for urgent action to address the ongoing water challenges affecting communities across KwaZulu-Natal. Access to clean and reliable water is a basic constitutional right and one of government's most fundamental responsibilities. Communities cannot continue experiencing prolonged water shortages while funding is available for infrastructure development. We call upon the department to work closely with municipalities to strengthen planning, improve project implementation, and ensure that infrastructure grants are fully utilized for intended purpose. Every rand invested in water and sanitation infrastructure must result in reliable water services for the people of KwaZulu-Natal. Accountability must be visible, timely, and consistent. Good governance is not achieved through policy alone, but through ethical leadership, sound administration, and responsible financial management. We also wish to talk about the congestion that is experienced during month ends and weekends in towns like Pomoroy, KwaNongoma, Msinga, which inconvenience communities. We wish that if the department could convene a meeting of planners of these municipalities to discuss this matter so that it does not become a nightmare to travel through these towns in month end and weekends. Honorable Chairperson, the IFP supports this budget. We do so with the firm belief that the people of KwaZulu-Natal deserve municipalities that function effectively, leaders who are accountable, and institutions that safeguard public resources. We commend the Honorable MEC Taylors and the Department for progress made in strengthening governance and supporting municipalities while recognizing that significant challenges remain. Through capable leadership, responsible financial management, clean governance, professional public administration, and respect for traditional institutions, we can restore confidence in local government and build municipalities that deliver quality services to every community. The IFP therefore supports the 2026-2027 budget vote for the Department of Cooperation, Governments and Traditional Affairs. I thank you.
Thank you so much, honorable members, for your submissions, contributions to the debate. At this point, I wish to humbly request the Honorable MEC Shenge to respond to the debate for 20 minutes.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. And thank you to all the honorable members who participated in this debate. We are really humbled by the advice that we have received and also the wisdom and experience which honorable members have brought to this debate. Starting with the report by the Chairperson, I think it remains key that service delivery remains the primary function of municipalities. COGTA cannot take over the function of municipalities to deliver services. The Constitution says ours is to support and to put the checks and balances for municipalities to perform. The grants do not come to COGTA, they go directly to municipalities. Therefore, we need to develop a greater understanding that the role of COGTA is not to install water, is not to build roads, but is to support municipalities to do that function. We appreciate the comments by Honorable Bashiela and instances where there is a water tanker mafia. We encourage members of the public to come forward to report that, because wherever there is a water tanker mafia, we will not hesitate to investigate and hand over to the state law enforcement agencies for the law to take its course. We do not support the water tanker mafia, and in instances where there is evidence, we encourage members to come forward. We were very encouraged by the remarks of honorable members, especially the observations of Honorable Kunene, where he says we need to present a report on the state of local government for the last 5 years. And we do take those sentiments to heart. And I'm sure that the HOD and his team will ensure that such a recommendation is implemented. We agree with honorable members that Section 154 intervention is temporal in nature, and it has begun to yield results in places such as Umzinyati, where Umzinyati has come from an adverse opinion to an unqualified report due to the Section 154 support. And therefore, we are seeing the success of this intervention. The issue of allocating vehicles to Amakosi is not a luxury. As the honorable member has said, Honorable Zuma, is not a gift, is an essential tool of trade for Amakosi to do their work. If you go to the legislation, it defines who are the public office bearers. It's members of parliament, members of the provincial legislature, it's councillors, and it's Amakosi. And therefore, we must be able to extend tools of trade to all public office bearers. Honorable Smelani, MEC Smelani, on behalf of the ANC, reminds us that municipalities remain the front line of service delivery, and the KZN investigation and integrity management bill is giving teeth so that we deal with the issue of consequence management. Honorable Zuma zooms in on the 7 municipalities in KZN where the equitable share has been withheld. Through the assistance of COGTA, 3 of those municipalities will be getting their equitable share today and tomorrow. Mpendle will be getting their equitable share, Abaqulusi and Umzinyathi, because they have complied with the conditions that National Treasury had outlined. We will continue to support Umkhanyakude and the other municipalities whose equitable share has still been withheld, so that that money is released for the people of those municipalities to get the services. Honorable Bratuseth is very clear and accurate when he says the budget of COGTA is employee heavy and is lean on service delivery. Is the nature of the department where most of our resources and most of this budget of 2.033 billion is going to salaries and stipends. We do agree that the appointment of the HOD, Mr. Stelo Duma, has brought stability and focus on the department, and there's now a focus on performance, and all the suggestions which honorable members have raised, we are confident that the HOD and his team will ensure that the department improves in those areas which require improvement. The only way, honorable members, to make all these initiatives for traditional leaders to be sustainable is for more funds to be allocated to COGTA. If you look at the duties that COGTA must perform, if you look at the expectations, then you can see that 2.033 billion is far inadequate, does not meet the expectations. Honorable Twala, as usual, his contribution was complaining about Newcastle. There's nothing new and there's nothing to learn from the contribution of the EFF because they take all their time to talk about Newcastle. I hope that in the upcoming elections, they might then have a difference in Newcastle. Honorable Stolem Loy reminds us that the budget is about the people and alerted us to the state of the landfill sites. I do hope that is an area we will come closer to because, again, the operation of the landfill sites is a municipal function, but in many cases, we now need to come closer to ensure that they do perform. Honorable Kaba as well, the contribution was welcome, and we need to focus on those areas. We can report a turnaround in Umzinyathi. We are beginning to see the results of that targeted intervention on water. We can report a huge turnaround in Uthukela. Ezakheni, the pumps are being replaced. In Olifantscope, in Moyeni, Zwelisha, between now and October 30, there's an aggressive campaign for operations and maintenance and the refurbishment of existing infrastructure. And therefore, the money that has been ring-fenced there will go a long way. Honorable Naya, your advice is always greatly appreciated, and the contribution of the DA goes a long way to ensure that we stick to our mandate. We also appreciate the contribution by Honorable Fraser, with the focus is now on strengthening traditional councils. The stipend, if you look at the work that is performed by a TC secretary, I hope that one day in the oversight programs of the portfolio committee, they can just visit a traditional council, just a day in the life of a traditional council. Because people who don't have ideas, they come to the traditional council. People who have a problem with SASSA, they come to the traditional court. People whose loved ones have passed away, need to be fetched from the mortuary in Johannesburg, they come to the traditional court. So all sorts of problems which affect all departments are brought there. And the traditional council secretary must, for 5 days a week, ensure that these people who come with complaints are adequately channeled. And therefore, it was a gross disservice that for all this work, they were only being paid 8,000 Rand a month with no other benefits, with no pension. And therefore, we took a decision as COGTA to prioritize our traditional council secretaries. Next week, Thursday, I will be having an Amakosi consultation in Ulundi with all 300 Amakosi of the province and all 307 traditional council secretaries, where we will go through the budget and hear for ourselves the impact that this 9,000 Rand stipend will have in their lives. So to us, it is not about politicking, but it is about building the systems which will ensure that this institution is able to perform its role. We appreciate the contribution made by Honorable Mngadi, especially the focus on disaster management. Again, in terms of the Disaster Management Act, disaster management is a function of municipalities. The role of COGTA is to support. If you go to eThekwini, eThekwini has pumped millions in capacitating their disaster management center and their disaster management response. That is why we are going to smaller municipalities like Nkandla, who don't have the resources, and we are building the disaster management center on their behalf. If we get more funds, we will go to other districts as well, because climate change is no longer a thing which is far off. It affects all municipalities. The program 3, as we go forward in this financial year, will be the main interface between communities and the Department of COGTA. In August, we will invite the committee, where we will be launching more than 300 co-ops which are led by women. It is called the Umgogodla Women's Forum. They've started in Umbumbulu, and it's covering all 54 municipalities where women-led co-ops are using these resources which we make available, from cold rooms to catering equipment, to the pots, to the stoves, to the sewing machines, to transform their lives in small communities, and they're already generating an income. Those are the stories which we want to tell, and those are the stories where Program 3 of COGTA is making a difference. Again, that is a program that requires more funding. At Mona market, a market which services not only the people of Zululand, but services the whole of Mkhanyakude and even the neighboring countries. We have been able to now put up a dignified shelter, because when it was raining, those informal traders could not trade because there was no shelter. They are selling arts and crafts. When it was in the glaring sun, they could not trade. There is now a shelter, there are now ablutions, and there is now a proper trading facility which has increased the revenue of those informal traders that are operating out of Mona. Again, that is a program under Program 3. Honorable members, our focus now in this budget is to capacitate local government. That is the singular focus which we will be embarking upon. And therefore, as we go out to implement the programs under this budget, our focus is to ensure that our municipalities deliver the basic services. At Mbazwana, we've introduced the solar street light campaign. If you drive through Mbazwana today at night, for the first time, it is bright, it is a town that is alive, and that has generated more investment into the town. Before the street lights which were there was less investment. If you go today, there is more investment along the main road because these interventions act as catalytic projects to bring more investment into the towns. Therefore, our focus going forward now is to build municipalities that deliver the basic services. And that is our focus. Program 1, which is administration, has ensured that we have allocated more than 93 million into refurbishing the servers of the department so that we protect our data and we protect our information. But more importantly, under Program 3 is the spatial planning and the maps, which will be allocated to every traditional authority. At the end of this financial year, every Inkosi will have a map which is on the wall with clearly demarcated areas for commercial enterprise, for agriculture, for social facilities, and for domestic use, so that people do not just build houses on top of a municipal pipeline, and when they build the house, they disrupt the water supply. That is the work that COGTA is undertaking through Program 3 to ensure that every traditional council knows which are the areas which have been earmarked for which activity. Therefore, this budget, honorable members, which we have supported today, will go a long way to change the face of KwaZulu-Natal. Honorable members, I have gone to all districts in this province in the last 2 years. Everywhere, whether you speak to the rural women, whether you speak to the youth, whether you speak to aspirant entrepreneurs, everywhere people say, under this government, led by Premier Thamsanqa Ntuli, they are beginning to see visible change. And therefore, we want to build on that hope which our people are experiencing. And we hope that with the local government elections coming through in November, we'll be able to elect leaders who will be accountable to the people and leaders who will ensure that all these programs that we have planned translate into tangible services for our people. Finally, Honorable Chairperson, as I conclude, the results of the KZN Water Summit are going to ensure that those communities that currently do not have access to water will begin to have access to water. The 5.7 billion rand pledged by DBSA, already there are practical projects in Umkhanyakude, in Uthukela, in Zululand, in Oku, that have already been packaged to benefit from this investment into water infrastructure. Finally, the rollout of the network towers by Vodacom, 133 sites of areas which previously did not have any cell phone coverage. By the end of this year, we'll have cell phone coverage through the initiative between Vodacom and the Office of the Premier. And that is the program that COGTA is coordinating. With all that said, honorable members, we thank you for your time. We thank you for your insights into this budget. And together with members of the Portfolio Committee, we will go out and ensure that these promises become a reality for our people. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honorable MEC Shenge, for the response to the debate. We wish to thank you for presenting yourselves and the department. Thank you, HOD, and your entire team. Thank you, honorable members. That brings us to the end of the debate on vote 11. The session is officially adjourned. Thank you.
with your management, colleagues that are supporting the debate. We are on debate vote 8, human settlement, budget. We are opening the meeting. We will start with a silent prayer and or meditation. Nginibone nikwenza. Ukwazi uqoqa speaker si silent and meditations. Siyabonga. Amen. Thank you. Honorable members, this budget debate is conducted through hybrid means, and the normal standing rules of the legislature will apply to the debate. Before we proceed to the budget debate, I must reiterate the ruling of the speaker, which relates to connectivity problems. The speaker has ruled that the following measures will be adopted to try and assist members who may not be able to participate in a debate due to connectivity challenges. If a member has a problem with connectivity and is unable to deliver his or her speech, the presiding officer will call the next speaker on the speaker's list so as to not to delay the proceedings. If the member regains connectivity before a response to the debate has commenced, the presiding officer will flexibly and allow the affected member to deliver his or her speech, with the proviso that the member reconnects to the sitting prior to the commencement of the response to the debate. Secondly, we request that a member who is scheduled to participate in a debate should arrange for a fellow party member to be on standby to read the member's speech into record should the need arise. Presiding officer will allow a fellow party member to read out the speech on behalf of a member who is unable to deliver his or her own speech. 3, if all interventions fail, and the member is still unable to deliver his or her speech and has not managed to arrange for a fellow party member or a whip to deliver the speech on his or her behalf, that speech will unfortunately not form part of the official record of proceedings. In short, if a member has connectivity problem, the presiding officer will follow the above guidance to try and assist them. We trust that is in order. Lastly, members who are not actively part of the debate are reminded to mute their microphones and switch off their cameras at all times. All members are requested to take all reasonable measures to reduce any background noises that may interfere with the broadcasting of proceedings. Honorable members, I wish to confirm that the budget report 2026-27 of the Department of Human Settlements has been tabled in terms of standing rules. We will proceed with the matters on the agenda, being the debate on vote 8. I'm going to allow that the MEC give us the report on human settlement. I will then allow for 45 minutes that Honorable S.A. Duma, the MEC of Human Settlement, then take the podium.
Thank you so much, Honorable Chair, who's presiding over. Yeah, this program is designed in a very skilled manner. But I'm not sure, but nevertheless, we'll try and proceed. I do want to greet the Speaker of the House, Honorable Khubel. Thank you for pressing our shows. The Honorable Chair of the Portfolio Committee, Dr. Minziwe, the MEC who's present, Magujwa, the collective in the August House,
The department is led by the HOD, Mr. Mbili, who's currently in hospital seeking the doctor, but is connected virtual. It's going to be okay. We do have the CFO, Ms. Shimala Pillay, accompanying the team. I just want to greet the entire August House Amakosa Sendlunkula Lalele, the 40 state, that is the media, and the entire comrades and compatriots, all who are joining us through the various online digital and broadcast platforms. Thank you so much, Mundisa Netimbalako. Honorable Chair, in a year in which we celebrate the 30th anniversary of our beloved Constitution, I present the Vote 8 budget speech of the 26-27 financial year by honoring the legacy of the first Minister of Housing in our democracy, Minister Comrade Yosel Marshall Joslovo. We're here building on the very foundation policies for democratic housing laid by these and other great revolutionaries as we mark his posthumous centennial. The words of this true visionary, it is not enough to remove the shackles. We must build new structures, close quote. Comrade Joslovo would have reminded us that our constitution is our core identity, like any individual soul's need, nurturing and dialogue. As a human settlement, we work towards achieving this through an ongoing, unyielding and determined integrated approach. In less than 115 days from now, citizens will ink their trust in the sphere of government closest to them. I would like to echo the calls for citizens to exercise their right that this great constitution has given them. I'm not sure, Honorable Chair, whether proceeding, I see this is not right, whether am I audible enough? Whether are we fine? We're fine. Oh, no. Thank you so much, Honorable Chair. This budget presentation also serves as a call to all in human settlements delivery chain to reflect, renew, and recommit so that we deliver on constitutional promises, as I've already outlined. Closure of transitional emergency accommodation, also known as TAs, and permanent housing solutions for flood victims. I just want to start on that positive trajectory that has been achieved in the province of KwaZulu-Natal, which has yielded fruition that we've been allocated more by National Minister. We do want to thank Minister Thembi Smelane. The 2025 devastating rain, wind, and hail that belted this province affected many households. The 1,000 left homeless by the disasters of both the storm of the year 2022 flooding are seeing tangible evidence of government unwavering commitment towards providing them with safe and dignified homes, with emphasis on long-term comfort. Disasters necessitate immediate responses before permanent housing solutions can be found. In December 2022, we successfully closed all community halls that were accommodating flood victims. Over 3,000 families were allocated to rented flats known as TA. Our next step is to close all TAs by early June 2027. That's what we agreed upon. I stand before you to announce that we have met the target of completing 113 units, Honorable Chair, for flood victims in phase 2A of the Konopia Integrated Residential Development Project, which is undaba mlonyeni kulezi nsuku ngoba nomongameli wezwe sambonga kakhulu uzofika azoyivula mase kutholakala idate. We have done this before the scheduled completion date of end of this month, despite bouts of inclement weather. The three spheres of government work together, and we personally handed over these units on the 18th to 22 of May 2026, Honorable Chair. We visited the families in their new homes to enable smooth transition from their TAs in Sydenham, Dazenhoek, Mahatma Gandhi, and Ntuzuma. It is only a square kilometer chair in the entire country called South Africa where you'll find those who are regarded, the have, and the captains of industry, and you'll find the middle class, the middle stratum, those who are in that, and then you are going to find the vulnerables sitting or cohabiting in one area, which is the place called Gateway and Umhlanga surroundings. And already they've been furnished with clinics, with schools, and almost all the transport assisting them to those services. Has been closed. The monitoring construction progress says this intervention forms part of the province accelerated disaster recovery plan aimed at ensuring that by the year 2027, every flood victim in KZN will be accommodated in a permanent and fully serviced home. The significant progress recorded in providing permanent housing solution for flood victims reflects on the department's close working relations with all spheres of government, which is a tailwind in particular on this process. In collaboration has made it possible for TAs located outside the Teguin in Metro. 3 TAs are closed and another 4 are scheduled for close by the end of this month. Approximately 600 million will be spent to ensure the building of total 1,200 units in Konopia so that the affected households who have lost so much during the floods will sleep as peacefully as the 17 flood-affected families of Cobsville in Msunduz and 37 of Ilove in Eteguin after we've handed them the keys to their permanent housing share. A landmark intervention, I'm sure you'll see the picture which is depicting what is currently happening in Montclair Lodge. Eteguini, which always seems to bear the brunt of disasters, become the first TA to be owned by government. The KZN Department of Human Settlement purchased the lodge from Transnet for the sum of 33 million in May 2025 and is repurposing it to house flood victims. Construction of phase 1 of 268 units have been done and commenced. The process has been completed. On phase 2, 332 units is under planning by the Department of Public Works. Before end of this month, we'll see the relocation of families to this government-owned TA and releasing the state from the burden of rented flats. I'm sure you know by now how much we utilize or spend towards that process. The current rental burden for TAs is 128 million every 12 months. The relocation of flood victims to Konopia and to Montclair is projected to save the state almost 66 million. Flood victims who will be temporarily housed in Montclair Lodge and the duplex temporary residential units in Konopia will be given their permanent housing solution by March 2029, the latest. I assure the resident KwaBesta in Inanda around the 25th of February 2026 that I will speed up interventions from the KZN Department of Human Settlements and Department of Transport. Our Eteguin Department of Transport call center has been to this site to clear the problematic culverts. Plans to permanent housing for these families are also underway. Our visit to families affected by heavy rain and haul in Ward 8, 10, 11, and 13 around the Mpopolweni area, KwaHaza and Umgen local municipality this year revealed a mammoth trail of destruction. We moved with speed and gave priority to affected senior citizens from more than 820 residents. More than 420 households were profiled by disaster teams and hazardous asbestos roofs, which can cause long-term illness such as severe lung damage. Caught our immediate attention, Honorable Chair. We'll be speeding up the replacement of asbestos with safer building material as part of our rectification program. I know there are some opportunistic feeders who have just utilized this, changing it into something else because of time and space, because of budgetary constraint. We're always mindful of these things. That includes the leadership of Umgen. On housing delivery, recalibration, Honorable Speaker, despite budget constraint and Mother Nature relentless pouring more into our housing needs basket, we remain determined to do our very utmost to effectively implement our housing programs and interventions. In his 2026 State of the Nation address, President Matamela highlighted a shift towards a new housing delivery model. In KwaZulu-Natal, we'll continue with our focuses of providing service sites for people to build their own homes, affordable housing opportunities through the First Home Finance Program, and social rental opportunities through our social housing and community residential unit. This program, Honorable Chair, is something that we must put an emphasis because if it could be utilized, it will yield more fruition, as you know, that will find those who cannot have the RDP and who cannot even buy a proper bond or who cannot afford the bond. So this intervention is designed to suit those needs. All interventions toward this approach, including the delivery of climate resilient housing solutions and eliminating the housing assistance for military veterans backlog, will be interrogated at the housing Indaba to be conveyed later this year. The Indaba will provide the foundation for a social compact on innovation building technologies in order to create disaster-resistant housing that provides dignity and security to our most vulnerable communities. We look forward to this important summit, and we also invite honorable members of this August House to partake when the dates are well known. The implementation of alternative energy solutions, including solar systems, continues to be explored as part of ongoing efforts to enhance sustainability within human settlements project. The initiatives remain as planned to implement a pilot project to be undertaken in alignment with available budget provision. Going forward, Honorable Chair will answer the President call made at the IBT summit earlier this year to move beyond the implementation of IBT in pilot projects only, but to integrate IBTs into our human settlements program as well. Let me talk as well about the approval of implementation of key organizational structure. I wish to congratulate the HOD, Mr. Mbili, and his collective management and staff of the department for their collective efforts towards replacing an organizational structure that was in effect from 2008. This is a major milestone achieved by the department towards improved organizational efficiency. The new structure was approved by Office of the Minister of Public Service and Admin on the 20th of February 2026 this year and commence implementation on the 1st of April. The process of the department will now be normalized and will result in the proper utilization of all physical and HR processes. Coupled with this milestone is the establishment of 13 district offices as fully equipped and resourced frontliners in the service delivery battlefield, Honorable Chair. District offices will be capacitated and positioned as agile, responsive and resilient to serve our communities, because the government in this phase must intervene from time to time, must be agile, and whenever there is a need, create a resilient process and enhancement so that our people's life must thrill. A moving housing backlog, but we're also not static. The housing delivery footprint is continually being extended across the province with almost 14,277 housing opportunities created. There is a tangible evidence towards this, and a summary has been provided. Below, full subsidized houses units built 8,913, houses delivered to vulnerable groups through Operation Suma 814, houses built in rural areas 6,034, Honorable Chair, site service 2,297, title deeds registered 2,147, household assisted through the first home finance program 305, consumers reached and empowered 6,935. On revive installed or blocked housing project, I'm sure there is a need for an aircon speaker. We are board Honorable Chair, if the province has reduced block projects from 42 to 16. These remaining 16 projects are divided into two categories, mainly where the province is able to unblock the challenges and where district and local municipalities have to provide bulk services. Let me go and highlight catalytic project, Honorable Chair. There is a transforming spatial landscape in the province of KwaZulu-Natal, fueling social cohesion and giving rise to smart cities. You know, I was referring to Konopia earlier on. I was referring to Montclair. Later on, there is a need for emergence and transition towards the north, because we've got two major hubs in the province of KwaZulu-Natal, Tegwini, which is the Durban Port, and Richards Bay. So there is a need for another development, which is the development of Mpangeni. But for now, Konopia Integrated Research Program, this is one of the largest sustainable integrated projects in Tegwini, and each year we stand before you to announce great progress in a mega project that is 14 years into its development cycle. Yet another milestone has been reached with the completion of the school, which is now full operational. We just wanted to highlight that, Honorable Chair, and we've even furnished with the PICs as part and parcel of the portfolio evidence. Mpangeni Integrated Residential Development Program. Mpangeni changing housing landscape is clearly visible. Construction of the Mpangeni RDP is progressing well towards providing housing for more than 10,000 households, Honorable Chair, with varying incomes and needs, including breaking new ground houses and houses for the middle income. There is no greater impact towards sustainable livelihood than the building of homes in a hub of trade activities. There will be a legacy project probably from 10 years from now, Honorable Chair, when you arrived around the Mpangeni area, you will be identifying or seeing something like conopia of the type that will be assisting in that area. Because as you know, even from moving from road to rail, it means that the issue of urbanization, people coming from different even provinces will be going towards that direction. In the Konopia eThekwini, there is a progress that I've already outlined. 173 million, 214 million has been spent to value. The total expenditure is 98 million. And when it comes to Greater Mawoti eThekwini, 85 million has been spent. It is a total budget. Umlazi Urban Regeneration eThekwini Municipality, 4 million is the total budget has been spent. Mpangeni Mega Project, Seat of Umhlatuze, 64 million, 518 million has been spent as we speak. And there's Bloboshi project, and there's different variants that have been allocated towards all those processes and different phases. So we just wanted to highlight that. Decommissioning of transit camps. We must also outline that we thank eThekwini for working closely with us as we move towards decommissioning the remaining 11 transit camp, because it has been causing a havoc when it comes to even in the House debating this. On the issue of service site, we are continuing with our relentless quest through collaboration with municipalities, traditional leaders, and construction companies to provide service site to people who wish to build their own homes. The program also seeks to prioritize inclusivity, ensuring that young professionals are not excluded from the trading housing support mechanism by providing service site and facilitating entry into the property market. The department is fostering pathways to home ownership and long-term economic empowerment, because those are another major tools that are going to assist us. And I've already outlined that we have targeted to deliver 2,571 service sites. Upgrading of informal settlements, Honorable Chair, we reiterate the call made in last year debate for municipality to strengthen bylaws against the mushrooming of informal settlements. It's another thing that is causing a serious and a thorny matter for the department. This is not only to cap the wave of housing demands and need, but also for the safety and well-being of people living in these settlements. Our upgrading of informal settlements program has seen 86 projects reach phase 2 and 15 projects in phase 3. We're aiming at 189 projects to be in planning from the 26 to 29, the year 2026 to the year 2029, so that it could make proper sense. And for long-term infrastructure and the tenure to be finalized for 72 projects during the same year. We've already delivered 835 service sites in the year 2024-25 and 2,098 last year, resulting in total delivery of 2,133 sites thus far towards the end of 24 to the 2029 medium term. The significant reduction in the national budget allocation has been the primary constraint contributing to the deficit in relation to the delivery of service sites within the year 2026-27 financial year. This reduction has necessitated a reprioritization of funding towards honoring existing contractual and implementation commitments currently underway within the approved business plan. As a result, limited fiscal space exists to initiate the additional service sites. Furthermore, Honorable Chair, the delivery of service site is heavily dependent on the provision of bulk infrastructure, and due to the current cost containment measures and constrained capital budget, the department is unable to find the bulk infrastructure required to unlock future service sites. We welcome the need to increase the output of service sites within UISP. However, we appreciate the fact that in order for this to materialize, additional approximately 1.2 billion throughout the MTDP. Our expenditure from the commencement of the MTDP is reflected below here, 597 and 508 in different financial year. On the issue of CRUs and social housing, Honorable Chair, social housing project add to the department machinery to realize its outcome of increased access to adequate housing for all citizens. We have constructed 315 CRUs last year and have targeted to construct 894 more over the next 3 years, including 286 in this financial year, Honorable Chair. The revised housing scheme for the missing middle income, which is another vital tool for government when we talk about the issue of socio-economic outlook. We continue to provide for people who earn too much to qualify for full subsidized government and earn little to qualify for mortgage finances. I've already outlined, and there is a table below that is outlining the process and the targets that have been achieved. On housing intervention in rural areas, we have delivered 37,384 houses. Ezindaweni zamakhosi targeting the removal of mud houses from the year 2021 up to date, and houses delivered altogether is 37,384 in total. Fast tracking of rollout of title deeds. We must confirm, Honorable Chair, that in this section, we have not done a great job simply because we started by giving the municipalities that they must consult or they must utilize the conveyancers. And when is the right time and when there's a completion, you will find that there will be the bottleneck when we have to do the handovers. However, the HOD started the process of ensuring that we do that in-house so that we fast track, because Minister last year launched Title Deed Friday, and there's a province of KwaZulu-Natal who must also follow suit. We still reiterate that the handing over of title deeds has been budgeted for by the department and is therefore a wasteful expenditure for municipalities to withhold title deeds ready for distribution or arrange their own handover events without the province. This is not a political matter, but a matter of mandate and responsibility. Spheres of government must work together to expedite home ownership. The impact of this collaboration was felt when 500 title deeds were handed over by residents of Mshwati local municipality this year, April, during a ministerial visit to our province. Despite the challenges of municipality withholding title deeds, we remain committed to alleviating asset poverty by implementing the Title Deeds Friday national initiative as adopted in the MINMEC. I've already alluded to that fact. We have registered 2,325 title deeds last year. Since 2021, we have crisscrossed the province to register close to 10,000. And I'm sure we all agree in this August House and as legislatures that this is a very sentimental piece of document. Once you receive it, you will realize that you only now the house belongs to you and the ownership, and you know the apartheid legacies when it comes to this. We then furnish the table below that is giving the analysis on the issue of housing assistance for military veterans. We delivered 60 housing for military veterans last year, exceeding our target. Working closely with struggle veterans, we aim to deliver 170 more come 2029. The very first week for this financial year saw us again applying pressure on the service delivery accelerator when we handed over houses to military veterans to Mshwati area. All three spheres of government work together to ensure the delivery of these houses, which are part of the Mshwati Integrated Residential Development Program. On the issue of Operation Sumasake, 1 forgotten families are now being assisted through OSS. Our prompt intervention have resulted in safe and dignified for 517 families. In the 26-27 financial year, we will we will again move swiftly to intervene in cases via social media platforms, community-based organizational and community leaders, and assist targeted 1,276 households in this financial year. The department is working on formalizing relationship with philanthropists, NGOs, NPOs, who are willing to assist in building houses for vulnerable people in need of decent shelter. We appreciate the immeasurable role played and contributions made by individuals and groups who are and have been building homes for the most needy and vulnerable people. I'm sure it's something that is critical for us. Working together, we can do more. There are human stories behind these numbers and reflect lives that have changed for better. On restoring dignity for people living with disability. Last year, I reported on the case of disabled North Olombele from Ward 19 Emandawa under Umdoni local municipalities. Her days of her mother pushing a wheelchair every morning and afternoon to the bus stop and carrying her on her back from the bus stop are now over, Honorable Chair. Not all and her mother now live in a home that we have built for them closer to the main road, and the picture is appearing there, Honorable Chair. The long-awaited joy was also experienced by Gogo, by Gogo Victoria Nciyane, who's 83 years, and Gogo Tenjiwe Kalala of 81 from the Nkonyen Local Municipality in 12411. Respectively, Gogo Nciyane can now live and move around comfortable in a disabled-friendly house, and Gogo Kalala is now spending quality time with her 2-year school-going grandchildren in a comfortable home. And the picture is furnished there. We've also made a commitment to the Chiliza family from Ward 8 to Mzumbe local municipality. Agwande Civils is tasked with the responsibility to register the family in our housing subsidy system so that the family, especially Lungsan, who's disabled, can have their dignity restored at the same time. We've already intervened swiftly to ensure that the Shozi family from Amawot will no longer call a small and deteriorating Wendy house a home. A site in Ilov is already identified for the building of their new home. Assistance in declaring them a family home in Mlazi as a heritage house. Plans are at an advanced stage, Honorable Chair, to build the houses and relocate the families currently residing at Mlenge House in Umlazi so that the government can implement the long-awaited recognition to our stalwart family by declaring the house a heritage house. However, the actual relocations, thank you so much, our members. However, the actual relocations of current occupants will align with the refurbishment program to avoid reoccupation on the house. We've been on site, Honorable Chair, and there is a smooth progress, but we are emphatic on the point that in 2 months' time, those families will be moved, but we must ensure that no new members come and take that home at the same time. Empowering residents through consumer education, information sessions empowered 6,935 beneficiaries in the year 25-26. Once again, our main focus was on climate change and disaster management. We've targeted to empower a further 4,000 residents, though the consumer education program this financial year having empowered 41,808 residents since 2021. This point is critical, bahlonishwa. Ngiyafisa ukuthi nathi siyenze. Asafisa abantu bakithi uma bebona indawo mhlambe enokhwana bacabanga ukuthi ngoba iselede engwalo ndawo fanele kwakhiwe kuyona. Lo ndawo okuthiwa i-wetlands. Asifisi futhi abantu bakithi endaweni ezishozi nebona indawo ihlaza even nasebusika abacabanga ukuthi indawo yokwakha ngokusho ukuthi lo ndawo inobungozi ngoba inezulu elidlala kuyona. Asifisi futhi abantu bakithi uma bebona amanzi eshile ngenxa mhlambe khona isomiso eduze komfula ababothe ngathi indawo ezoba kahle ngoba the river frontage, the front line, the river floods are always going to be prone into those areas. So siyafisa ukuthi sihloniphe and ensure on that project. On the zero tolerance to housing scams, fraud and corruption, Honorable Chair, when we warn against paying for any job, tender, or jumping the queue for an RDP house, we mean it. We proved this when a fraudster in Jozini was sentenced for counts of fraud, impersonation, and extortion after we moved with speed, after being made aware of the targeting of unsuspecting and vulnerable residents. Our focus is now on dismantling other syndicates within housing sector, and we are leaving no stone unturned towards this. I would like to emphasize that applications for government subsidies houses are processed only through provincial departments of human settlements and municipality, not private institutions, not anyone. So I'm sure we can see the picture that is also now gravitating towards dealing with those jointly with subs. Work opportunities and skill development, in efforts to address poverty, unemployment, inequality, and to create an inclusive market economy, the department is continuing with the implementation of integrated job creating and skills development programs, Honorable Chair. The department is continuing to implement the expanded public works program and the skills training and capacity building programs in collaboration with National Skills Fund and Construction Education and Training Authority. These programs will result in provision of customized market economy skills to 1,360 young people in the areas of bricklaying, carpentry, plumbing, supervision of construction process, and construction contractors. The program will contribute as follows, and it has been outlined, and the total amount that is going to be spent is 81,870,000, Honorable Chair. Throughout these various construction programs, the department will create and continue to contribute in 2,000 work opportunities for the year 26-27. It was my great pleasure to present certificates to more than 1,000 young people who successfully obtained a national certificate in community housing building at the level of NQF level 2, Honorable Chair. I'm sure you could just highlight and think the emotional value that was attached to those. And as we're giving them and a new invent of another 1,000, we're also going to start the process. You could see the blue, the nice yellow line that's reflecting lapha endaweni yase Albert Luthuli. Economic recalibration for a better future. The department has once again spent its full budget. The department has and will work tirelessly with officials from Treasury and National Department of Human Settlements on a range of audit matters to ensure a holistic response to queries in a committed quest for a clean audit outcome for the department. Response to an audit finding that all VAT paid on housing programs should be declared as fruitless and wasteful expenditure. The department, after engaging with Office of the AG, Honorable Chair, Provincial Treasurer, SARS, and the National Department of Human Settlement, has been implementing a zero rating on VAT on all housing programs as from the 1st April 26. This decision is informed by the VAT Act number 89 of 1991, as amended in April 2017. Housing Act 107 of 97 and PFMA 1 of 99 was communicated to all municipalities, service providers, and implementing agents. We are raising this because it almost dealt with us as part of what was going to end up giving us probably a qualification. So we managed to deal with that process. There is a budget allocation that is furnished below, Honorable Chair, conditional grant up to the year 28-29, human settlements, development grant from this year up to the outer years, EPWP, integrated grant for provinces, as you could see, ISOPG, Honorable Chair, equitable share, total allocation, and at the end, you'll then see 3,478,690,000 is what has been allocated to that year, but in this financial year is 3,265,987. On conditional grant per housing, the conditional grant is allocated per housing intervention as follows, and it has been outlined, and at the end is 2,790,647,000. And in terms of district, the conditional grant is then allocated per district in ensuring that you are able to see the unit that you are going to find and as part of the target that is going to be done. Then on program, equitable share allocation per program, Honorable Chair, there is money allocated for administration, housing needs research and planning, housing development, housing asset management, and the total budget value is 475,340,000. There are budget cuts. The conditional grant for this financial year is cut by just over 13 million, Honorable Chair. Revised allocation for the next 2 years are as follows, and it has been outlined here. And the summary of deliverables while racing with time, Honorable Chair. An annual reduction in our budget has not diminished in our determination and resolve to use all reasonable measures within available resources to realize the people's constitutional right to access housing that is secure, habitable, and affordable at the same time. Towards the progressive realization of our goals, please accept the following deliverables to be achieved by March 2027, Honorable Chair. Houses will be provided to qualifying household 7,351. That is our target. Sites will be serviced 2,571. That will be our target. Work opportunities to EPWP will be giving 2,000. Title deeds will be distributed 1,472. On community residential housing unit 286. On the fleece, opportunities will be created 300. Military veterans houses will be delivered, that is 50. On houses to be built for vulnerable groups through OSS program, 1,276. And the beneficiaries to be reached through the consumer education will be 4,000. In conclusion, Honorable Chair, Honorable Speaker, allow me to end with another quote by our famous activist, revolutionary, theorist of note and strategist, Comrade Joe Slovo. Revolutionary, open quotes, revolutionary ideas are not born in the intellect, but in the heart, close quote. All our programs, interventions are developed, implemented with this desire and passion. They gel to form communities where we build homes and not mere structures made out of a plaster, mortar, and bricks. Every home we build has a story, and we have many stories to tell. Allow me to take this opportunity to show my heartfelt appreciation to the HOD, Mr. Mbili, whose birthday is tomorrow, Honorable Chair, and we send him our wishes in our advance. Allow me, Honorable Chair, to also thank Honorable Chair of the Portfolio, Dr. Biela. Thank you so much, Menziwa, with the Portfolio Committee for a sterling job on oversight. Also, allow me to thank the role that is played by the August House in ensuring that we continue to serve. I'm referring to almost all the 80 members, including your good self, Honorable Chair. And we are glad and delighted that the Speaker is also present in supporting this. It is a duty for us that we must traverse this mine together. We must go an extra effort. I do, before table this, as well as the budget, also want to thank the family called African National Congress for our deployment and ensuring that we serve on behalf of our people. Ngole masondo sondo. Afuna-ke nanokumbonga ukaMbovu ngokuthi abone ukuthi singawakha umndeni together ukwandisa isibongo sakaDuma. Siyabonga. And on the issue of the budget, akazohlekana uRhubela unkosikazi wakini. On administration, Honorable Chair, is 2005. On housing needs, research and planning, we've already outlined is 25 million. On housing development is 2,796. On housing asset management is 138 million. Total altogether, we are going to spend 3,265,987 in this financial year. I thank you so much all.
Thank you, Honorable MEC. You have left 8 minutes. You will utilize when you respond. Thank you very much. You have seen people shaking. They did not see the document. The problem is that we know this document, but the document is electronic. So look at your gadget, honorable members, is there. I then insisted that they must also beam it in the screen there so that members are following the speech that you were presenting. Thank you very much, Tombeni, for that. I'm now going to call the chairperson of the committee of human settlement, Honorable AC Biela, for 10 minutes to present the report.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. I do confirm that the height of the podium is perfect. I want to take this opportunity to extend my greetings to yourself, Chairperson, the Honorable MEC Mtombeni. Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for gracing us with your presence. The Honorable MEC Asmelan, the Honorable members, HOD in your absence, and the management of the department, as well as the officials and our support team. The Portfolio Committee on Human Settlements held a meeting with the Department of Human Settlements on the 12th of June, 2026. The meeting was convened for the department to present before the committee its 2026-2027 APP and budget. This report not only outlines the process followed in the consideration of the APP and the budgets of the department, but it also highlights some of the key issues and points noted by the committee. On the budget consideration process, on the 27th of January 2027, the committee held its stakeholder engagement session at Gamalake Hall in Ward 5 under Ugu District Municipality. During this session, the department had been invited to present its 2026-2027 APP and budget for input and questions for clarity by the various stakeholders that had been invited. Through this exercise, the department was given an opportunity to also address concerns by communities regarding some of the projects of the department within the district. Following this process, the committee was sent the final 2026-2027 APP and budgets of the department, which took cognizance of the inputs and concerns of the stakeholders. It must be noted that these documents were sent timelessly for the support staff to produce analysis reports thereon. Prior to meeting the department on the 12th of June, the committee had been properly briefed and taken through the analysis reports prepared by the senior research and budget analysts respectively. In addition to the committee's own budget session on the 12th of June, the committee also attended the Finance Committee on the 18th of June, where the department's 2026-2027 APP and budget were also considered. To give an overview of the department's 2026-27 APP and budgets, the department's APP is an alignment to the NDP and the PGDP. The department's strategic goals clearly state the linkages and alignment between the NDP and the PGDP. The department refers to the NDP as well as the PGDP throughout the APP. The department has made several changes to targets where several indicators had their target decreased due to budgetary constraints. The indicators decreased from 38 to 32. Of the department's 4 key programs, it is in program 2 and 3 where there's a decrease in several targets due to budgetary constraints. Under program 4, only one indicator has a decreased target. When it comes to the budgets, the Department of Human Settlement has been allocated a budget of 3.265 billion. We don't have a problem of reading numbers. The budget allocated has declined by 10.6% when compared to the budget in the previous year. The outer year's budget will be allocated 3.374 and 3.478 billion, which is a 3.3 and 3% growth respectively for the years. The brief budget overview per program is also highlighted in the report. In the interest of time, I may not be able to read all the areas. On program 4, the 2026-27 MTF provides for the resolution of outstanding maintenance issues and the modification of units built prior to 1994. The allocations over the MTF will be reviewed as progress is made on these programs, as well as on the targets to de-establish the KZN Housing Fund. The total grant allocation will decline by 10.3% in 2026-27 and a slight growth in the outer years. There are also some policy changes which are key highlights to be noted as follows. On FLISP, there's an expanded income threshold of up to 22,000. On the CRUs, there is a shift towards social housing and ownership security. On title deeds, there are improved administration systems. On social housing, there's expanded eligibility. On ISUPG, there's a separate grant for informal settlements. Anti-land invasion policy has also been updated. Areas of concern and recommendations. While acknowledging the progress by the department, the committee felt that more could be done in tackling unemployment among the youth as well as military veterans. The committee commended the department for the work done in assisting the flood victims of eThekwini Metro. This is in spite of the fact that it was noted that in other areas, victims in certain areas were still without permanent accommodation. The renting and selling of government houses were flagged as a concern by the committee. As a step in the right direction, it was recommended that the department should prioritize the completion of all outstanding projects before pursuing new projects. The committee took the view that the pace of delivery in stalled projects must also be improved. Infrastructure backlogs must be eliminated as they contribute to service delivery delays. The committee expressed its concerns about the budget cuts, the impact thereof. The slow pace in delivery of title deeds was a cause of concern for the committee. In response to the points raised by the committee, the department highlighted the following. that the delivery of title deeds depends on the availability of funding. However, in the last financial year, 88% was delivered. The department has set a target of 1,000 for the employment of youth in the current financial year. The department outlined the plans to curb the selling and renting of houses, and the department expressed its appreciation of the constructive criticism and the recommendations by the committee. On the voting of the APP in the budget, after presentations and discussions, individual members voted on the department's APP and budget. 7 members voted in support, and as usual, 4 members voted against. The department's APP and budget were therefore supported by the majority of the members of the committee in attendance. The majority. In conclusion, Honorable Chairperson, I do want to express my gratitude to the honorable members of the committee, all of them, for the continued support and the work that we do in our portfolio. That despite disagreements in certain areas, but there is overall commitment from every member of the committee to ensure the delivery of houses for the people of KwaZulu-Natal, and that is much appreciated. We'd also like to thank the Honorable MEC Mtombeni, your HOD, and the entire management of the department for cooperating with the committee when doing its oversight work. Last but not least, we'd also like to express our gratitude to the support staff of the committee for the work that they do in ensuring the smooth functioning of the committee. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Biela. We are starting our debate. May I request that I call upon Ufika njani lapho? I'm going to call Honorable W.N. Kize from MKP for 10 minutes.
Honorable Chairperson, the MEC Mtombeni, the MEC Smelane, Madam Speaker, honorable members of this committee, and all present. Today we rise as Umkhonto weSizwe Party, not to reject progress, but to strengthen it, not to criticize for its, for its own sake, but to ensure that the people of KwaZulu-Natal receive the dignity, safety, and opportunities they deserve through effective human settlement delivery. We acknowledge the work undertaken by the department and the portfolio committee in analyzing the 2026-2027 annual performance plan and budget. However, duty compels us to interrogate whether this plan truly meets the urgent realities faced by our communities. At the outset, Honorable Chairperson, we must express concern regarding the overall decline in the department's budget. The allocation has dropped to 3.265 billion, reflecting a significant decline over 10% from the previous financial year. This reduction is not merely a number on paper. It is represent fewer houses, delay project, and prolonged suffering for thousands of families who remain on waiting list. While we understand the broader fiscal pressures facing government, we must ask, how can we realistically address the housing backlog with a fewer resources, especially in a province with recovering from disaster and rapid urbanizations? Furthermore, the reduction in target from 38 to 32 indicators due budgetary constraint, it is deeply worrying. Targets are not abstract commitment. They are promises to our people. When targets are reduced, it is our citizens who ultimately pay the price through slower delivery and diminish hope. The departments cannot normalize the scaling down of ambitions at a time when the demand for adequate housing continues to rise. Honorable members, we also note with concern the decline in Program 3, housing development, which has seen a reduction of over 12%. This program is the very engine of housing delivery. A cut of this magnitude threatens the completion of projects and undermines the creation of integrated, sustainable human settlement. While we acknowledge increasing allocation in planning and administration, we must emphasize that the planning without delivery does not build home. Bricks and mortar do. The impact of cuts and condition grant equally troubling. The EPWP grant has been reduced by more than half, and this does not only affect infrastructure, it directly affects job creation at a time when youth unemployment remains one of the most pressing challenges facing our province. Such reductions weaken a critical pathway for skills development and income support. While the department has set a target of employing 1,000 young people, we must question whether this is sufficient against the scale of unemployment in KwaZulu-Natal. We propose that the department pursue innovative partnership with the municipalities and the private sector to expand employment opportunities linked to housing projects. Honorable Chairperson, the issue of stalled and incomplete projects continues to undermine public confidence. The committee itself emphasized the need to prioritize completing outstanding projects before initiating new ones. This is a principle we strongly support. Too many communities are left with half-built structures, abandoned sites, and broken promises. We urge the department to adopt a strictly project completion policy with a clear timeline, accountability mechanism to that community is left behind. Another critical concern is that slow pace of title deed delivery. While the department reports progress, delays in issuing the deeds continue to deny beneficiary full ownership and economic empowerment. Title deeds are more than legal documents. They are instruments of dignity and security and generational wealth. The department must accelerate this process through improved administrative system and dedicate funding streams. We also cannot ignore ongoing challenges faced by the flood victims and vulnerable communities. While we commend the department for the support provided to some affected areas, it is unacceptable that others remain without permanent accommodation. Disaster response must be equitable and timely and comprehensive. We call for a transparent reporting system to track progress in recycling all affected families. Honorable members, the program of illegal selling and renting of government housings further highlights weakness in oversight and community engagement. Addressing this issue requires more than policy. It requires education, enforcement, and community participation. Beneficiaries must understand their rights and responsibilities, while the department must ensure the systems are in place to detect and act against abuse. In conclusion, Honorable Chairperson, Umkhonto weSizwe Party does not reject these budgets lightly. We recognize the constraint and the effort made by the department. However, we believe that this plan
in this current form falls short of the bold and decisive action required to address the housing crisis in our province. We therefore call for strengthened oversight, reprioritization towards delivery programs, accelerated completion of stalled projects, and renewed focus on job creation within the human segment sector. Let us be clear. Constructive opposition is not an obstruction. It is a commitment to a better governance. We stand ready to work with the department to ensure that every rand is spent wisely, every project is completed, and every family in KwaZulu-Natal moves closer to the dignity of a place they call truly home. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. The next speaker is from the IFP. It's Honorable PMS Ngubane for 9 minutes. Awumbovuke nyuka baba. Dokuyeka ngoba it's your maiden speech. Angizokhuluma kakhulu ngoba it's your maiden. Thank you. You are given 9 minutes.
Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Speaker, Honorable Premier Sense.
A minute. Ningamphazamisi, Honorable. It's his maiden speech, please.
Honorable MECs, especially the line function MEC, Tombin, honorable members, distinguished guests, and all protocol observed. Thank you for making that arrangement for me, Honorable Chairperson. It is both an honor and a privilege to participate in this important budget debate as a new member of this honorable house. Colleagues, I'm not new because I know you know me. And I'm privileged to have served in the NCOP for 5 years on behalf of SALCA. I rise today with mixed emotions because this speech was originally intended to be delivered by our late colleague, Honorable Mrs. N.J. Nkwanyan, who served this legislature with dedication and distinction, particularly through her contribution to the Human Settlement Portfolio Committee. Her passion for improving the lives of our people and her commitment to accountability in government will remain an enduring legacy. Thank you. May her soul rest in eternal peace. Honorable Chairperson, human settlements are about far more than constructing houses. They are about restoring dignity, creating stable communities, and ensuring that every person has access to a safe living environment, basic services, social amenities, and economic opportunities. A home is not merely a structure made of bricks and mortar. It represents security, belonging, and hope for a better future. The mission of the Department of Human Settlements, which seeks to establish and facilitate sustainable processes that provide equitable access to adequate housing within the context of affordability, services, social amenities, and economic opportunities, speaks directly to the aspirations of our people. This vision is aligned with the IFP's principle of building a society where sustainable human livelihoods are promoted and where people are empowered to become active participants in the economy and society. Honorable Chairperson, we all recognize that housing remains one of the most important priorities for our people. For many families, receiving a house is not only about having a roof over their heads. It is about restoring dignity, creating stability,
and leaving a legacy for future generations. While we acknowledge and commend the progress made by the Department of Human Settlements in providing shelter to thousands of vulnerable households, we must also be honest that significant challenges remain. Our responsibility is not simply to increase the number of houses delivered. It is to ensure that housing programs address the inequalities of the past and restore dignity through quality, sustainable human settlements. Government must therefore move beyond measuring success only by the number of houses built. Equal attention must be given to quality, durability, and long-term value. We cannot continue constructing houses that require immediate rectification only to spend additional public funds correcting avoidable defects. Quality must become the foundation of every housing project in this regard. We welcome the continued involvement of institutions such as the National Home Builders Registration Council and the Construction Industry Development Board. This institution must play an active role in ensuring compliance with construction standards, protecting beneficiaries, and ensuring that contractors who fail to meet the required standards face appropriate consequences. Honorable Chairperson, KwaZulu-Natal carries a unique responsibility when it comes to housing delivery. In fact, I'm happy also that Honorable Duma spoke about something which I'm following him. I was been following him after the flood, going to where he spoke more around the Tegwini, Kuleandao. Our promise remains one of the largest provinces in terms of population, with the population increasing from approximately 9.5 million people in 2001 to an estimated 12.2 million people in 2025. This population growth, combined with urbanization and migration towards economic centers, places enormous pressure on the provincial housing program. It increases demand for housing subsidies, serviced sites, bulk infrastructure, and affordable housing solutions. As the IFP, as part of the government of provincial unity, we recognize the importance of supporting programs that directly improve the lives of our citizens. Therefore, Honorable Chairperson and the Honorable Portfolio Chairperson, sorry for failing to recognize you. We support the allocation of approximately 3.2 billion to the KwaZulu-Natal Department of Human Settlements for the 2026-27 financial year. This budget represents more than figures on paper. It represents homes, communities, and opportunities for thousands of families. It would have been irresponsible not to support a budget that seeks to provide shelter and restore dignity to our people. I'm very sorry to have been baptized following a member who spoke as he spoke in front of me. But anyway, I have no option. I have to support this because it's an initiative that's going to build the communities of this province. The people of KwaZulu-Natal entrusted this government of provincial unity with a mandate to improve their lives, and housing delivery remains one of the most important responsibilities entrusted to us. However, Honorable Chairperson, supporting this budget does not mean abandoning our responsibility to demand accountability. Every rand allocated by this House must reach its intended purpose. A budget is only meaningful when it translates into visible improvements in the lives of communities. We therefore note with concern the reductions affecting key conditional grants, particularly the Human Settlement Development Grant and the Informal Settlement Upgrading Partnership Grant. These reductions come at a time when housing demands continues to grow and municipalities and communities are facing an increasing pressure. According to the provincial estimates of capital expenditure, the Department of Human Settlements received approximately 2.7 billion infrastructure conditional grants for the 2026-27 financial year, comprising approximately 2.4 billion for the Human Settlements Development Grant and 353 million for the Informal Settlements Upgrading Partnership Grants. These grants remain crucial instruments for accelerating housing delivery, upgrading informal settlements, providing serviced sites, and supporting integrated residential development projects. I'm also proud because as a former mayor of Mzinyati, former mayor of Umvoti, we have a project which I'm proud of, which I was instrumental also in introducing it at Greytown. And I'm proud of what is happening there. So, honorable colleagues, these projects will support the construction of residential units, provision of serviced sites, upgrading of informal settlements, as I've said, and also, honorable chairperson, we are particularly encouraged by the continued
Sephele sona ke, Mbofu.
Thank
Time
you.
up.
I'll be coming and finishing there.
Thank you. Our next speaker is from the ANC, Honorable SGS Mavimbela, for 4 minutes. Go, Lumnyama.
Thank you very much, Presiding Officer Luandle, honorable members. As we approach Nelson Mandela International Day this weekend, we are reminded of the covenant he made on behalf of the democratic government in his inaugural address on 10 May 1994, where he declared, and I quote, "We entered into a covenant that we shall build the society in which all South Africans will be able to walk tall, without any fear in their hearts, assured of their inalienable right to human dignity," close quote. There can be no human dignity where families remain without secure shelter, where communities continue to bear the scars of the apartheid spatial planning, or where the dream of home ownership remains beyond reach. It is for this reason that the African National Congress has, since 1994, remained unwavering in its commitment to building integrated human settlement that restore dignity, transform spatial inequality, and expand access to secure housing for all our people. More than 3 decades later, that covenant continues to find expression in the ANC vision of building a capable developmental state that provides quality basic services, expand access to housing, and transform the lived reality of our people. As reaffirmed in the ANC's 2024 elections manifesto, the provision of human settlement remains central to advancing dignity, social justice, and inclusive development. It is against this historic responsibility that the African National Congress proudly supports the budget vote 8. The Department of Human Settlement has tabled a 3.266 billion budget for the 2026-27 financial year in an environment of continued fiscal pressure. This budget demonstrates government's determination to protect one of the most important pillars of social transformation. It is not merely an appropriation for bricks and mortar. It is an investment in restoring dignity, correcting the spatial injustices of the apartheid, and creating sustainable communities where our people can live, work, and prosper. The ANC therefore welcomes the department's continued investment in governance, planning, and institutional modernization. We recognize that housing delivery is not as effective as the institutions that drive it. A capable developmental state requires a capable public institution that plan effectively, manage public resources, responsible, and implement programs with integrity and efficiency. It is therefore appropriate that Program 1 receive an allocation of over 305 million to strengthen administration, financial management, governance system, and organizational capacity. These investments may not always be immediately visible to the public, but it remains essentially in ensuring that housing projects are delivered on time, budgets are protected from waste, and public confidence in government continue to grow. Equally, the strengthening of Program 2 with an allocation of approximately 25 million demonstrate the department appreciation that sustainable human settlement began long before the first brick is laid. Through improved housing research, evidence-based planning, policy development, and demographic analysis, the department is laying the foundation for the smarter investment decision that respond to the changing settlement patterns of our
You
growing
are
province.
beyond your time.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Mavimbela. The next speaker from MKP is Honorable Siti Mohayega for 12 minutes. Subabize ngamanye ngendlela nje ngimsobethi Mahaye. Umhayeka. Oh, Kimfukeng. Liyaleboha ndati. Kena wabuwa. Boa luna.
Honorable Chair, Honorable MEC, members of this House, officials, ngiyabingelela. Ngicela ukubingelela inkosi yasemadungeni. Isho uPrime Minister. Ngicela ungiprotect ngiyacela.
Honorable members, mpheni ithuba umphathiswa abeke indaba yakhe.
Ngicela ungiprotect nje. Nampa bengisokolisa. Ngiyabonga. The MKP rises to strongly oppose the Portfolio Committee reports on the Department of Human Settlement 2026-27 Annual Performance Plan and Budget. This report, while polite in tone, papers over a department that continues to fail the poorest of our people in the midst of a devastating housing crisis. Honorable members, let us speak plainly. The department's budget has been slashed by 10.6% to 3.265 billion. Targets have been reduced from 38 to 32 indicators. Program 3, Housing Development, the very heart of service delivery, has suffered a 12.2% decline. The EPW grant has been butchered by 58.6%. These are not mere technical adjustments. They are direct attacks on the aspiration of our people for decent shelter, jobs, and dignity. The committee itself acknowledges serious failures, yet the report ends with meek majority vote in support. The people of KwaZulu-Natal deserve better than this rubber stamping exercise. The committee correctly notes stalled projects and infrastructure backlogs, yet the department response remains vague. How many more years must our people wait while incomplete houses crumble and new projects are announced for political points? The instruction to prioritize completion of outstanding projects should not be a recommendation. It should have been a non-negotiable condition for any budget support. The slow pace of title deeds delivery is particularly shameful. Even the department admits delivery depends on funding, yet they proudly claim 88% in the previous year, while thousands of families still cannot secure ownership of their homes. The department targets of employing only 1,000 young people is an insult, given the scale of youth unemployment in this province. Military veterans are once again told to go elsewhere than compiling their beneficiary list is someone else's problem. Honorable members, these are men and women who sacrificed for this country's freedom. To treat them with such indifference is morally bankrupt. We commend any assistance given to eThekwini flood victims, but the committee itself admits that in many other areas, victims remain without permanent accommodation. Temporary solution years after the disaster are unacceptable. Meanwhile, the ECPG grant shows only modest growth in outer years. The anti-land invasion policy has been updated, but the real question is whether it protects the poor or simply clears land for elite interest. The renting and selling of government houses remains rampant. The department outlined plans to cap this. We have such promises before, without decisive action, including arrest and blacklisting of offenders. These houses meant for the homeless will continue to enrich a connected few. Negative growth in compensation of employees. Negative 8.6% cuts to goods and services. Negative 15.2% and drastic reduction in key conditional grants all points to one reality. The department is being hollowed out. No new posts will be filled. Vacancies will be assessed for criticalness. These guarantees continue staff shortages and slower delivery. Honorable Speaker, the National Development Plan and provincial growth and development goals are repeatedly mentioned in the APP, yet the actual performance tells a different story. Alignment on paper means nothing when people sleep in mud, water after floods, when title deeds gather dust, and when youth see no future. The MKP cannot support a budget and APP that entrenches decline. We demand immediate acceleration of all stalled housing projects with clear time-bound completion targets and monthly public reporting. Ring fencing of funds specifically for flood victims to ensure permanent housing within this financial year. A massive increase in youth employment targets through EPWP and other programs with dedicated opportunities for military veterans. Agent forensic investigation into the selling and renting of government houses with full recovery of misallocated assets. Restoration of budget cuts to critical housing grants and a firm commitment to fill critical vacant posts. Faster digitized and corruption-free title deeds delivery. Honorable members, the people did not elect us to applaud failure wrapped in polite committee language. They expect us to demand radical improvement in the lives of the poor. The MKP therefore rejects this report and the department 2026-2027 APP and budget as presented. We call on this House to send a clear message. The era of comfortable excuses and declining targets must end. Our people need houses, not promises.
Thank you, Honorable Mohayeka. The next speaker is from the DA. Hey. As namhlanje, I think Honorable, for 12 minutes, I'm calling from the DA, Honorable R. Gokul.
Thank you, Chair, Honorable MEC, honorable members. A home is far more than bricks and mortar. It is security, it is dignity, it is the foundation upon which families build their futures and communities build prosperity. Section 26 of our Constitution guarantees every South African the right to have access to adequate housing. The constitutional promise must be measured not by plans, presentations, and glossy reports, but by completed homes, service sites, registered title deeds, and communities where people can live safely with access to water, sanitation, electricity, and economic opportunity. Today, we debate a budget presented during one of the most constrained fiscal periods our country has experienced in years. The Democratic Alliance recognizes this reality. The department's overall allocation has declined from 3 billion in the adjusted 2025-2026 budget to 3 billion for 2026-2027. This represents a reduction of more than 10%, driven largely by cuts to the Human Settlements Development Grant and the Informal Settlements Upgrading Partnership Grant. These reductions are not insignificant, and they will undoubtedly affect delivery. We therefore acknowledge that the MEC and the department are operating under difficult financial conditions. However, budget constraints cannot become a permanent explanation for poor performance. Limited resources demand better governance, sharper priorities, and stronger accountability, not lower expectations. The department itself acknowledges that several performance targets have been reduced because of budgetary pressures. The Portfolio Committee similarly notes that Program 2 and Program 3 have experienced declines in a number of delivery targets due to these financial constraints. The committee also records that the overall human settlements budget has decreased by more than 10%, while housing development, the program responsible for actual delivery, has declined significantly. While budgets may decrease, the housing backlog does not. The number of families waiting for dignified housing continues to grow. Urbanization continues. Informal settlements continue to expand. Young people continue to struggle to access affordable housing close to economic opportunities, and thousands of families still wait for title deeds decades after receiving their homes. The department deserves recognition for identifying several important priorities. We welcome the continued focus on informal settlement upgrading, expansion of service sites, issuing title deeds, climate-resilient human settlements, digital transformation, economic opportunities through the housing value chain, strengthening governance and auditing outcomes. These are the correct priorities. The challenge, however, is not planning, it is implementation. Year after year, we hear about digital transformation. Year after year, we hear about unblocking projects. Year after year, we hear about title deeds. Year after year, we hear about integrated human settlements. Yet too many communities across KwaZulu-Natal continue to experience stalled developments, incomplete infrastructure, and delayed housing projects. Communities cannot live inside strategic plans. They cannot raise children inside annual performance indicators. They cannot build wealth from promises. They need houses. They need ownership. They need functioning communities. One of the most concerning aspects of this budget is the imbalance between administration and delivery. While Program 1, administration, shows an increase, Program 3, which is responsible for housing delivery itself, experiences a substantial decline. Administration should exist to support service delivery, not become its beneficiary. Every rand spent behind a desk must ultimately result in improved delivery on the ground. If additional administrative expenditure does not reduce project delays, improve procurement, accelerate approvals, and strengthen oversight, then taxpayers are entitled to ask whether government is achieving value for money. The department also correctly identifies blocked housing projects as one of its key priorities. The Democratic Alliance strongly supports this. Across KwaZulu-Natal, there are developments where millions of rands have already been invested, but communities continue waiting because projects remain stalled by procurement disputes, infrastructure constraints, planning failures, or poor contract management. Completing partially completed developments often delivers better value for taxpayers than constantly announcing new projects while existing ones remain unfinished. Indeed, the Portfolio Committee itself recommends exactly this, that outstanding projects should be completed before new projects are initiated, and that the pace of delivery on stalled developments must improve. The DA agrees with that recommendation. We must begin measuring success differently. Success is not how many meetings were held. Success is not how many strategies were approved. Success is not how many presentations were delivered. Success is measured by the mother receiving the keys to her first home. Success is measured by the pensioner finally receiving a title deed. Success is measured by young families accessing service sites where they can build wealth and create generational assets. That is the standard against which this department should be judged. And that is the standard the Democratic Alliance will continue to uphold. The true measure of any human settlements department is not the size of its budget, but its ability to convert public money into sustainable communities. This annual performance plan contains ambitious language about transformation, resilience, innovation, and integrated development. These aspirations are commendable. However, aspirations must now become measurable outcomes. One of the department's flagship priorities is the upgrading of informal settlements. The Democratic Alliance supports this objective. No South African should be forced to live without proper sanitation, clean water, electricity, roads, or security of tenure. The department has correctly identified eThekwini as the epicenter of housing demand. while also recognizing the pressure of rapid urbanization, climate change, infrastructure constraints, and fiscal limitations. These are real challenges that require coordinated planning across all spheres of government. But the question remains, are we moving fast enough? For many residents, the answer is obviously no. Communities have become accustomed to seeing survey pegs, feasibility studies, and contractor appointments, but not completed neighborhoods. Too often, informal settlement upgrading stalls because bulk infrastructure is unavailable. Environmental approvals are delayed, procurement processes collapse, or contractors fail to perform. When projects stall, it is ordinary families who pay the price. The Democratic Alliance believes that every blocked project should have a publicly available recovery plan with clear milestones, responsible officials, and monthly progress reporting. Transparency creates accountability. Accountability restores public confidence. The department also places significant emphasis on title deeds. This is very much welcomed. The DA has consistently argued that a house without ownership documentation limits the economic potential of a family. A title deed is not merely a legal document. It provides security. It allows families to build wealth. It creates opportunities for finance, investment, and intergenerational prosperity. Yet progress remains far slower than communities deserve. Thousands of beneficiaries across KwaZulu-Natal continue to occupy homes without formal ownership. We therefore call on the department to accelerate the digitization of beneficiary records, strengthen partnerships with municipalities and the deeds office, and establish dedicated provincial title deed task team to eliminate historical backlogs. The department deserves recognition for prioritizing service sites. This is a practical intervention because service land allows families to begin improving their own living conditions while larger housing developments continue. The Democratic Alliance supports service site programs, provided they are linked to bulk infrastructure, public transport, schools, clinics, and opportunities for employment. Housing cannot be planned in isolation. Human settlements must become economic settlements. Families should not receive houses located hours away from employment opportunities, schools, and healthcare facilities. Integrated spatial planning must become a lived reality rather than a planning concept. Another area requiring urgent attention is economic empowerment within the housing sector. The department rightly speaks about supporting youth, women, veterans, and designated groups through programs and skills development. These initiatives deserve support. However, they must produce sustainable businesses rather than short-term opportunities. Emerging contractors need access to finance, mentorship, technical support, and prompt payment. Government must become a reliable client. Far too many small contractors fail not because they lack skills, but because they wait months to be paid. Late payments destroy businesses, they destroy jobs, and ultimately they delay housing delivery. The department's commitment to paying supplies within 30 days must therefore be strictly monitored and enforced. The department also speaks extensively about digital transformation. The DA welcomes every effort to modernize government. However, digitization should not simply mean purchasing new software. It must improve the experience of citizens. Applicants should be able to track their housing applications online. Communities should be able to monitor project progress. Councillors should have access to accurate waiting lists. And beneficiary verification should become faster, more transparent, and resistant to fraud. Technology should reduce bureaucracy, not digitize inefficiency. A title deed gives families security, allows them to build wealth, and creates opportunity for future generations. Again, the department has recognized this priority. Now it must significantly increase the pace of delivery. The department's own annual performance plan speaks about building inclusive, resilient, and sustainable human settlements. The Democratic Alliance agrees with that vision, but vision alone will never build a single house. One delivery will. Only accountability, only delivery will, only accountability will, only good governance will. Today, we acknowledge the difficult fiscal environment facing this department. We acknowledge the impact of national budget reductions. We acknowledge the commitment of many dedicated officials working under difficult circumstances. But in times of scarcity, every rand must work harder. Every project must be managed better. Every delay must be questioned. Every community must matter. The Democratic Alliance will continue to support initiatives that improve housing delivery, strengthen ownership, accelerate title deeds, upgrade informal settlements, and build integrated communities. At the same time, we will continue to exercise robust oversight. We will ask difficult questions. We will demand measurable outcomes. We will insist on transparency because oversight is not obstruction. Oversight is how democracy protects the people. The measure of this budget will not be found in today's debate. It will be found in the lives of the families who receive the keys to a new home. That is the KwaZulu-Natal we should be all working towards. That is the standard the Democratic Alliance expects.
Thank you,
and that is
Honorable
the future of
Gogul.
our people.
Your time is up. May I then call the next speaker in this debate from the EFF, Honorable Tinkosi, for 6 minutes.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Greetings to yourself, Honorable MEC, Honorable Chairperson of the committee, all honorable members and officials. Sihlalo namalunga alendlu ahloniphekileyo si-economic freedom fighters, siyawubona umbiko futhi siyawamukela, siyaweseka wesabenombhalo somnyango wokuhlalisa kwabantu. Yize-ke kusikhathaza ukubona ukuthi lesabelo mali asanele ukuguqula impilo zabantu bakwaZulu-Natal. Ngokocwaningo lwenziwe e-University of Pretoria kuvela ukuthi inani lezindlu ezakhiwayo eNingizimu Afrika lehlile uma liqhathaniswa nonyaka ka-2019. Lapho kwakhiwa khona izindlu eziwu-75,000 ngonyaka, njengoba ngonyaka ka-2022 kwakhiwa izindlu ezingu-25,000 ngonyaka. Lokhu kufakazela umbiko ovezwa kulo mnyango ozibophezela ukunikezela ngawo izindlu kulo nyaka ka-2026-2027. Lokhu kukhombisa ukwehla kwamandla kahulumeni ekuletheni izindlu kubantu bakithi okwenzeka kabi ngesikhathi isidingo sezindlu sisikhulu kakhulu. Umnyango usitshela ngezinto eziseqhulwini okubala ukuqeda kwemijondolo, ukunikezwa kwama-title deed, ukwakhiwa kwezindlu zasemakhaya kanye nokwakhela ama-flood victim izindlu. Kepha lezi zethembiso azihambisani neqiniso elibhekene nabantu bakithi. Njengeqembu le-Economic Freedom Fighters siyohlezi siseka abantu bakithi abahlwempu. Kuyakhathaza ukubona ukunyuswa kwesabelomali se-Informal Settlement Upgrading Grant esibhekelele ukuletha kwezidingo ezifana namanzi, ugesi, sanitation, stormwater, drainage kubantu bakithi abahlala emijondolo. Yize-ke umbuzo ukhona othi uhulumeni ufuna ukuthuthukisa imijondolo kunokuba ayiqede nyanga kwakhela abantu bakithi izindlu ezihloniphekileyo. As much as kucaca-ke sihlala ukuthi imijondolo ayizukuphela manje esifundazweni saKwaZulu-Natal ngoba abantu bayakhelwa izindlu kepha bengahlali kuzo, behlale emijondolo beqashise ngazo. Uhulumeni kuzomele uthole noma umnyango uzomele uthole isixazululo salolu daba ukuthi izoqedwa kanjani emijondolo. Sihlalo lomnyango usho ukuthi uzoletha izindlu kubantu okubala nezisulu zezikhukhula. Umbuzo esinawo ukuthi uzokwenza kanjani lokho njengoba esifundazweni sethu kusanama-story housing projects. Although we note and appreciate the 113 houses for flood victim in eThekwini, this alone shows that lisakhona ithemba kubantu bakithi nokuvikeleka kwesithunzi somuntu omnyama. Honorable Chair, akungagcini ngalezi zindlu ezibesakhona abantu bakithi abasahleli kolindene. Sihlalo lo mnyango wezokuhlaliswa kwabantu uyaqhubeka nokugubazela amahlazo enkohlakalo njengoba kunezinsolo zokubekwa kwemali yakhiwa kwama-DP houses kanye nokuphanga kwemali eyayihlose ukusiza izisulu zezikhukhula elinganisela ku-2 billion. Umbuzo uthi bangaka ababoshwa kulokho, bangaka asebethweswa amacala, akukho okwakha ukungathembeki kubantu njengokubona izigidi zamarandi zinyamalala ngesikhathi bona besahlele ematendeni. Chair, siyiqembu le-Economic Freedom Fighters siyakholelwa ukuthi inkinga yezindlu KwaZulu-Natal ayenziwa kuphela ukushoda kwemali, kepha inkinga yenkohlakalo nokungabibikho kohlelo lokulandelela amaphrojekthi njengoba emaningi nje aseneminyaka emile engaqediwe. Sihlalo abantu abafuni imjondolo ethuthukisiwe bafuna izindlu ezinesithunzi. Abantu abafuni izethembiso bafuna okhiye bezindlu kanye namatayitela. Abantu abafuni izizathu bafuna uhulumeni abawuvotela ubasebenzele. Honorable Chair, sengihlala phansi ngicela ukudlulisa ukubonga ukusebenzisana ngokubambisana kobuholi bukahulumeni kulomnyango wezokuhlaliswa kwabantu ikakhulukazi eThekwini Metro Municipality where the MMC of Human Settlement Councillor Themba Mvubu is seen always on the ground making sure that the people of eThekwini bazithola izindlu kanye namatayitela. Esinye ke seyizathu lezi esenza ukuthi mina njengelunga le-Economic Freedom Fighter kule ndlu ngiyiseseka lesi sabelo mali. Yize sisakhona isikhalo sokuthi asanele kodwa abantu bakaZulu-Natal basenalo ithemba. Ngiyabonga kakhulu.
Base ngiyakhuluma ke empopeni ke. On that note, bengakopa bayeke lamagama bawasho lapha phakathi. On that note, we are going to call an ANC speaker, Honorable SMM Mkhize, for 4 minutes. Umpili yaqhubeka. Sizophila. Ayiningi inkinga kaMkhize.
Honorable Chair, Honorable MEC Lwandle Kalwelwa, Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee for Human Settlements, Ndabezitha. One wonders when listening to other members in this house, if they understand the difference between holding government accountable and opposing progress itself. To them, every house built is not a family sheltered. It is simply another opportunity to criticize. Every informal settlement upgraded is not a community transformed. It is another statistic to be dismissed. Every title deed handed over is not dignity restored. To them, it is something to be ignored because acknowledging progress would undermine their cheap politics. Such is the tragedy of politics that is neither grounded in ideological clarity nor driven by a genuine commitment to the development. Honorable Chair, the Constitution recognizes access to adequate housing as a fundamental right. For the African National Congress, however, housing has never been treated as a constitutional obligation alone. It has been one of the defining pillars of the democratic transformation since 1994. Millions of South Africans who once lived without security, without ownership, and without hope, today have a place they proudly call home because of the democratic government made a conscious decision to invest in human dignity. That democratic commitment continues through Program 3, which receives approximately 2.7 billion, representing the overwhelming share of this department's budget because housing delivery remains its principal service delivery mandate, despite sustained reductions to conditional grants nationally. This budget protects delivery where it matters the most to the people. Honorable Chair, housing delivery is also economic development. Every housing project creates opportunities for contractors, engineers, artisans, suppliers, and local businesses. The department's continued investment in contractor development, youth employment, military veterans, women-owned enterprises, and the SEACA incubation program demonstrates that housing is not only changing where people live, it is changing how communities participate in the economy. Honorable Chair, if anyone still doubts whether this department delivers, they need to only look at Ward 6 in Nkandla, Mandaba. During a visit in 2021, the department encountered families living in crumbling mud houses, many of which deteriorated to such an extent that they were no longer safer for human habitation and were on the verge of collapse. Those conditions demanded urgent intervention. Now, as we speak, in the coming weeks, approximately 76 houses, new built houses, will be handed over to these families, replacing unsafe structures with decent homes that restore dignity and security. Honorable members, Honorable Chair, there are those that will undoubtedly rise to oppose this budget, not because they oppose housing, not because they have identified better funding model, not because they have produced superior program of delivery, but because ubaba uthe. They will oppose these budgets because they have convinced themselves that the constitutional responsibility of an opposition is simply to oppose. The ANC rejects that impoverished understanding of democracy. We believe that genuine oversight demands the courage to expose failures where it exists. The ANC supports this budget. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Mkize. We are now going to call the NFP Speaker, Honorable MEC CM Shinga, for 6 minutes. You are muted. Thank you. You may proceed, Honorable MEC.
Thank you so much. Ngiyabingelela ngenhlonipho enkulu presiding officer Sithole Moloi. Ngicela ukubingelela somlomo of the legislature, the MECs present, in particular the MEC for the Department of Human Settlements, Mhlonishwa AS Duma. Ngibingelele the honorable members, the chairperson of the Portfolio Committee on Human Settlements, Dr. AC Biela. Honorable Chairperson, the National Freedom Party rises in support of the budget of Vote 8. The department's vision says it all. Together, building homes, changing lives. Those are not simple words. They are constitutional responsibility. They are also an economic responsibility. Every house we build creates employment. Housing is not merely about bricks and mortar. Housing is about restoring dignity. It is about creating safe communities, building local economies, and ensuring that every family has a place they proudly call home. I join the Honorable Ngubane in remembering the member of the Portfolio Committee, the late Mam Kwanyane. Indeed, kwakungeyona i-sitting uma engahambisanga parliamentary question or a motion to the MEC of Social, the MEC of Human Settlements, Mhlonishwa Duma, or the MEC of Health, Umama Osmelane. Siyamkhumbula kakhulu. I thought I will join you, Mhlonishwa Ngubane, in saying that. Honorable Chair, the department has committed itself in improving the quality of life through transformed human settlements, increasing access to adequate housing, strengthening economic transformation within the sector, and building resilient rural and urban communities. Those strategic objectives align with what the National Freedom Party believes government should be doing. We therefore welcome the continued investment into this sector. Noting the provincial budget has prioritized 3.265 billion for human settlements during the 2026-2027 financial year, while 2.796 billion has specifically been directed towards housing development. Furthermore, human settlements forms part of the province's infrastructure investment program valued at approximately 18.379 billion, with roughly 2.826 billion allocated to human settlements infrastructure. These are not simple expenditure figures. These are investments into people, into dignity, into economic growth, into the future of KwaZulu-Natal. Honorable Chair, housing should never be viewed as a welfare program alone. It is one of the province's biggest economic multipliers. Every housing project creates work for engineers, architects, town planners, quantity surveyors, electricians, and thousands of construction workers. When government builds houses, it stimulates local manufacturing, supports township businesses, and create thousands of of opportunities for emerging contractors. The housing value chain is capable of sustaining thousands of small enterprises across our province. The question before us is therefore not simply how many houses are built. The question is whether every housing project is deliberately creating local economic opportunities, are local SMMEs participating. Considering the report by the MEC, we take this opportunity to congratulate the department under the leadership of the HOD, Mr. Mbili, for having achieved most of the above. Through you, MEC Duma, are women-owned businesses benefiting? Are young contractors receiving meaningful opportunities? Honorable Chair, the National Freedom Party welcomes the department's continued focus on integrated human settlement. Indeed, it is the provincial government that implements. For too many years, apartheid planning placed our people far away from economic opportunities. Communities were built without schools, without clinics, without public transport. Kodwa namhlanje simzwile umhlonishwa u-MEC uma ekhuluma about cohabiting there in the area of Umhlanga. We should be clapping for such achievements for the provincial government that implements. Chairperson, housing must therefore be integrated with roads, infrastructure, electricity, digital connectivity, schools, clinic, as it has been reported. This is what sustainable development truly means. The NFP.
Thank you, Honorable MEC. Your time is up.
Thank you.
Thank
Chair.
you.
Nyabo.
The next speaker is from the ANC, Honorable F.A. Masiko. Okay. Angisho kabi ngiyakubheka nje ukuthi ukhona eduze for 4 minutes.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson, Honorable MEC Mtombeni, Honorable the good Dr. Biela, the Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee, Honorable members. The purpose of development is the people. The purpose of the people is to live with dignity. These timeless words by Julius Nyerere remind us that development is not measured by infrastructure alone, but by the quality of life it creates for ordinary people. The true measure of development state is not simply the number of houses it builds. It's whether those houses become homes, whether those homes become assets, and whether those assets become the foundation upon which families build dignity, security, and generational prosperity. That has always been the vision of the African National Congress. Our democratic project has never been about bricks and mortar alone. It has been about restoring dignity to those who are dispossessed, reversing the spatial injustices of apartheid, and ensuring that every South African has the opportunity not only to own a house, but to build wealth, pass on inheritance, and create a better future for the next generation. This is precisely why Program 4 is so important to us. With an allocation of 138.7 million, this program moves beyond construction. It focuses on housing, asset management, property transfers, and orderly disestablishment of the KwaZulu-Natal Fund. These are not administrative exercises, honorable members. They are instruments that secure ownership, protect public investment, and empower families economically. Honorable members, the ANC welcomes the department's commitment to accelerating the transfer of title deeds to rightful beneficiaries. During the recent title deed handover in Mandeni, Honorable MEC, we heard the department reminding beneficiaries that a title deed is not merely a piece of paper. It is a symbol of dignity, security, and ownership. Honorable Chairperson, as the ANC, we fully agree with this. A title deed gives a family legal certainty. It protects against unlawful occupation. It creates an asset that can be inherited, leveraged, and used to improve livelihoods. It also transforms beneficiaries into property owners and active participants in the economy. That is why the revival of the Title Deeds Friday campaign deserves our full support. As part of the 2024 to 2029 Mid-Term Development Plan, government has committed to registering and handing over 80,000 title deeds nationally, unlocking more than 16 billion in property and value for ordinary South Africans. Honorable members, the ANC understands that housing is more than shelter. As we approach Women's Month and the commemoration of 60 years since the historic Women's March of 1956, let us remember that women who marched to the Union buildings were not only demanding freedom, but from injustice laws. They were demanding dignity, security, and better life for generations to come. Every title deed is important. And as we hand over to women, every family we move into a decent home, and every community we build is a continuation of that struggle. The women of 1956 handed us the torch. It is our responsibility to ensure that their legacy is not remembered only in speeches, but is reflected in the homes we build, the dignity we restore, and the opportunities we create. The African National Congress proudly supports the budget vote 8. I thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Ma'am Jolie, for that. The next speaker is from MK, Honorable SD Mabaso, for 14 minutes. Support Mzala.
Yeah. Ngiqale ngokubonga kakhulu bingelele uNgcukumane umbovu nomafu ukuthi bephakathi kwethu uex-mayor waseMzinyathi enginethemba ukuthi njobe kulomnyango nje elaphakathi kwethu uzosilekelela kakhulu ngeinkinga esibhekene nazo eMzinyathi mhlambe kethola ithuba lokusichazela ukuthi bekwenzakalani njengo ex-mayor wethu. Hawu. Angeke ngaphindi ngibongele inkosi yesizwe unkosi uChiliza ukuthi ephinde ethole isihlalo esikhulu kangaka sokuthi ebe undunankulu waKwaZulu-Natal. Kahle kahle ngene esihlalweni sokugcina ezweni sikhalele umntwana uShenge ukuthi esesebenze kangaka imoto engaka kayithengile ewina amavoti ukuthi eshaye ngasekugcineni kodwa ke alwehlanga lungeshi. Without wasting any time, Honorable Chairperson, angikubingelele, Honorable MEC, Honorable members, amalunga omkhonto wesizwe party. Umkhonto wesizwe party approaches this budget vote guided by principle of accountability, clean governance, efficient service delivery, fiscal discipline, constitutionalism, and a commitment to ensuring that every citizen received the value for every rand spent by government. Housing is not merely a budget item. It is a constitutional right. It is a matter of dignity, security, family stability, and economic opportunity. Therefore, our duty today is not to oppose for the sake of opposing. Our duty is to assess whether this budget will genuinely improve the lives of hundreds of thousands of residents who continue to wait for decent housing, title deeds, service sites, and basic services. We acknowledge the difficult fiscal environment within the Department of Human Settlement is operating. The department has received an allocation of 3.266 billion for 2026-27 financial year, which is lower than the revised allocation of 3.652 billion in the previous financial year. The department has further indicated that substantial reduction to both Human Settlement Department grant and the Informal Settlement Upgrading Partnership grant have affected its ability to expand delivery programs. While these national budget reductions are beyond the direct control of the provincial department, what remains entirely within the control of the department is how efficiently, transparently, and effectively the available resources are utilized. The real question before this House is therefore not only whether funding is adequate, but whether the department has developed the capacity and discipline convert every available rent into houses, service site and ownership opportunities for our people. Honorable Chairperson, for far too many citizens in KwaZulu-Natal, housing delivery remains associated with frustrations rather than hope. Across the province, communities continue to live in informal settlement, incomplete housing developments, flood-prone areas, and overcrowded living conditions. The backlog remains significant despite many years of budget allocation. Every year, government presents plans, yet many projects remain delayed. Many contractors fail to perform, and numerous beneficiaries wait endlessly for houses that have long been promised. It is therefore incumbent upon the MEC and the department to move beyond announcing allocation and begin demonstrating measurable outcome. Citizens do not live in budget speeches. They live in houses. They do not copy allocations. They do not occupy allocations and projections. They occupy completed homes with title deeds. The department has correctly identified informal settlement upgrading services, sites, title deeds, rental housing, and home ownership support strategic priorities over the medium-term expenditure framework. These priorities deserve support. However, Umkhonto weSizwe Party remains concerned about the gap that continue to exist between planning and implementation. We have repeatedly witnessed situations where communities are shown ambitious targets, only to discover later that procurement delays, contractors' disputes, poor project management, and inadequate oversight have undermined delivery. The people of KwaZulu-Natal deserve a better department that is obsessed with implementation rather than compliance reports. A matter of particular concern is the increase in administration expenditure. Program 1, Administration, increased the 2.71.8 million to 305.6 million, while the Housing Department programs, which is the program directly responsible for housing delivery, decreased substantially from 3.2 billion to 2.8 billion due to the reduced funding. While we understand that administrative functions are necessary for governance and oversight, Umkhonto weSizwe Party believes that every effort must be made to ensure that resources are directed towards frontline delivery. Citizens will struggle to understand why bureaucrats expenditure grows while housing opportunities become more constrained. Efficient government requires lean administration and maximum investment in service delivery. We are also concerned by the department's own administration that future budget cuts will further reduce availability resources and limit planning for new projects. In such circumstances, department cannot afford waste, underspending, or project delays. Every project that stalls become more expensive. Every housing unit delayed by a year costs significantly more to complete in the future. The consequences is that few families benefit from the available budget. We therefore urge the MEC to place stronger emphasis on project management, contractors' accountability, and expenditure monitoring. The era of explaining failure through fiscal constraints alone must come to an end. Honorable members, Umkhonto weSizwe Party strongly support the department focus on title deeds. For many years, government has concentrated on delivering structures but failed to transfer ownership. A house without ownership documentation limits economic empowerment and wealth creation. Title deeds provide security, dignity, and ability for citizens to leverage assets to improve their economic circumstances. We therefore call upon the department to accelerate title deed transfer and to provide quarterly public reports detailing progress made in each district. Transparency creates accountability, and accountability drives performance. The department has further allocated significant resources towards rural intervention, now amount to approximately 1.97 billion during the current financial year. Given that a substantial portion of KwaZulu-Natal population resides in rural communities, this investment is justified. However, rural citizens deserve the same quality standard enjoyed elsewhere. Far too often, we have witnessed rural housing projects plagued by poor workmanship, delayed completion, and inadequate infrastructure. Umkhonto weSizwe Party believes that quality assurance must become a non-negotiable pillar of every rural housing project. A poorly built houses is not service delivery, it's merely a postponed future problem and transfer costs to the taxpayers. We further note the department's commitment to social housing, community, residential unit, and rental accommodation. This is an important intervention, particularly for working households who earn too much to qualify for fully subsidized housing, but too little to access the formal property market. We encourage the department to work more aggressively with municipalities, the private sector, and social housing institutions to increase affordable rental opportunities in economic hubs. Human settlement must support economic development by locating people close to jobs, transport routes, schools, and health care facilities rather than perpetuating spatial inequality. Honorable Chairperson, another area requiring urgent attention is governance and audit performance. The department correctly identifies organizational efficiency and audit improvement as priorities. However, clean audits are not an end in themselves. They are a means of achieving better service delivery. Good governments must translate into reduced corruption, reduce irregular expenditure, and faster delivery. The official opposition will continue to demand transparency and procurement process, contractors' appointment, and projects performance. Public confidence in the department will not be restored by policies and strategies alone. It will be restored when communities can visibly see progress on the ground. The department has also highlighted the importance of the digital transformation and organizational improvement. We support these measures, provided they enhance accountability and public access to information. Beneficiaries should be able to track housing application, title deeds, transfers, and project progress electronically. Technology should help eliminate opportunities for manipulation, favoritism, and administration delays. Citizens should not be required to travel long distances repeatedly merely to determine the status of an application. Delivery is measured not by plans drafted, meeting held, or reports produced, but by houses completed, title deeds issued, informal settlement upgraded, and lives transformed. Umkhonto weSizwe Party will continue to support policies that advance dignity, ownership, accountability, and service delivery, while family inefficiency, waste, and poor performance wherever they occur. It is through constructive oversight and principled governance that will build KwaZulu-Natal through deliveries opportunities for all. Amandla. Umkhonto wesandla zonke.
Ningakwazi asibe ambulance bakithi. We are now calling on the next speaker, which is from the IFP, Honorable PMS Gubane, for 9 minutes with Petros.
Honorable Chairperson, I'm not going to waste time on responding to our program. Considering that KwaZulu-Natal remains a province with significant rural population and many vulnerable households still living in.
Kancane nje Mbofu.
Yes.
Umkhaya bakithi Mpheni Thuba is his maiden speech. usuku lanamhlanje nje lonke. Sekuthi ngokulandela so elandela seningasho noma yini ku Board Petros. Honorable members, give the Honorable Ngubane the space to debate. Move.
Thank you, Madam. For the 2026-27 financial year, Department has planned to construct 6,107 rural housing units across the province. This program remains a vital intervention aimed at replacing unsafe structures, improving living conditions, and restoring dignity to rural communities, including households affected by poverty and previous disasters. Honorable Chairperson, colleagues, MEC, while we commend this commitment, we must acknowledge that the demand for rural housing remains substantial. It is therefore important that this target.
Honorable members, I know that you have a liberty of conversing. Please don't converse loud because you are disturbing the speaker on the podium. Honorable Mbovu, you may continue.
It is therefore important that these targets are not only announced, but achieved through effective implementation, strong monitoring, and close cooperation with municipalities and communities. Honorable Chairperson, successful implementation of these programs requires more than financial allocation. It requires proper planning, effective project management, strict adherence to supply chain management processes, and continuous monitoring from the beginning of a project until completion. Every project must deliver within the approved time frame, within budget, and according to the required quality standards. Delayed projects do not only affect government performance, they affect real families who continue waiting for the dignity of having a safe and secure home. Every stalled project represents a household whose hopes are delayed and public resources that are not achieving their intended purposes. Honorable Chairperson, the people of KwaZulu-Natal do not only need promises, they need completed houses, functioning communities, and visible evidence that public funds are being used responsibly. Therefore, while we support this budget allocation, we call upon the department to ensure that all allocated funds and conditional grants are fully spent in accordance with approved plans while maintaining strict financial discipline and accountability. We therefore call for a stronger cooperation between the Department of Human Settlements and the municipalities to ensure that bulk infrastructure also planning is integrated with housing delivery programs. Municipalities must also be held accountable for the effective utilization of housing-related allocations. Where funding is provided for housing support, municipalities must demonstrate that these resources are being spent effectively and contributing towards accelerated delivery. We must also address the challenge of informal settlement backyard dwellings. Many of our people continue to live in overcrowded conditions without adequate sanitation, water, electricity, and proper living environment. The growth of informal settlements requires a coordinated, realistic response that includes upgrading proper planning, land availability, and improved monitoring mechanisms. Government intervention must be informed by accurate information and the realities faced by communities. The IFP believes in the success of human settlements depending not only on budgets, but on good governance. We therefore call upon the department to continue strengthening internal controls, enforcing supply chain management regulations, and ensuring consequence management where wrongdoing occurs. Wasteful, fruitless, and unnecessary expenditure must be eliminated because every wasted rent is a lost opportunity to provide services to our people. Another important matter requiring attention is the acceleration of title deeds, which all my colleagues have been, in fact, hinted on. I'm therefore not going to spend more time on that one. But there's only something that also we need to take care of.
Housing delivery must therefore include not only the construction of houses, but the completion of entire process that gives people true ownership and security. Linked to accountability, protecting the value of public investment, we must place greater emphasis on the quality of houses delivered to our people. A house is expected to provide safety, dignity, and security for many years, while poor workmanship cannot be undermine the very same requirements that is necessary for this job. Colleagues, Honorable MEC, and other senior officials there, we have a problem with the contractors that also must understand that receiving government contract comes with an obligation to deliver quality work within the agreed time frame, and projects is not only an infrastructure challenge, it is a human challenge. Behind every incomplete development are families who continue waiting for a place they can call a home. We have also identified that project from Melmoth, which is Tubale to housing projects, which also need the attention of our department. Delays, increased construction costs, place additional pressure on public finances, and create unnecessary uncertainty also amongst the people who are beneficiaries. We must also recognize the importance of responding to communities affected by disaster. I have also already alluded to that fact because following the speech of Honorable MEC, I think one need to also commend the leadership of our province, led by Honorable Tamintul, together with the Honorable MEC responsible for this department. Honorable colleagues, that project and the program affecting the people and receiving 113 flood-affected families in Konupia is something which is a milestone and demonstrate also government commitment to restoring dignity to those who lost their homes. I think that is, in fact, need our attention to commend this department. We also, colleagues, need to, Honorable MEC, consider the acquisition of alternative accommodation facilities, including acquisition of the Montclair Lodge from Transnet for 33 million rand. The facility, which includes 268 rooms, also need to be commended.
Thank you, Honorable Ngubane. Your time is up.
In closing, Honorable
Ayikho closing, akwenziwa kanjalo. No, time is up. No, Honorable.
I thank you.
Honorable. Honorable Ngubane, ungaqali ngonyawo olunzima kangaka. Kusazohamba impela ibanga, ungaqali ngonyawo olunzima lokudify upresiding officer, akadify upresiding officer la ekhaya. On that note, thank you, Honorable Ngubane. We then move to the Honorable MEC in response to the contribution made by all honorable members who were debating. Siyabonga Mthumeni.
Thank you so much.
20 minutes wakho usaphelele.
Thank you so much, Honorable Chair, for
Angazi-ke ngoba kushuthi uyathandwa lana bakushayela u-30 minutes.
Ngangizalwe
Eqaleni. Oh, kusala u-80 kusho ukuthi 28 ninga-80 okunye kuzokwenza izono zenu lapho zingapheli. On that note, we are going to give you 28 minutes.
Let me thank you, Honorable Chair, for this debate, echoing the sentiment that we do understand the reality that has taken place. Others, in particular, because of the apartheid legacies, I'm sure all members are emphatic to that point that we had to do something. I do want to thank Honorable Chair, Dr. Biela Menziwa. Thank you so much for your presentation, succinctly, which was articulating why human settlement is a pillar and a cornerstone for the development. And we are glad how the matter has been handled by all the members. Honorable W.N. Mkhize, I do want to thank you. And I've already indicated that almost all the participants were very coherent in this debate. And I'll then come later. Honorable PMS Ngubane, Ngugumane, Honorable SGS Mavimbela Mkolonsundu, City Mohaya Kantate, Khotsongi. Honorable Gokult, Honorable Tinkosi, Honorable SM Kiza, Unawasembo, Honorable Shinga, Blossom Cool, Honorable Masigo, Mamjole, Honorable SD Mabaso. We do want to thank you, Mtungwa. I'm just then going to respond. The reality is that understanding of a debate, presentation of a debate, and responding to the debates are different things. So I understand the turbulence I've indicated it. Then in the new dispensation of 94, we then are starting the process. And you'll be surprised, Honorable Chair, exactly 40 years ago, a young revolutionary called Andrew Zondo is killed through a guillotine, hanged in Pretoria. Guess who is the judge? Tony Leon's father, and who eventually led the DP or the DA. Honorable Gokul historically wouldn't be sitting and standing in this platform if the organization called ANC did not fight for the liberation. We also liberated almost everyone who's in this house, in particular African. So they will not ordinarily be given a chance because a woman, the apartheid leaders, was not given a platform. Even worse, if that woman is black, colored, or Indian and African, will not get an Indian. So each time when they echo and advance an argument as if the environment has always been neutral, I feel very bad. And the Helen Zillers of this world, during the era of Steve Biko, when he was killed, she was the only journalist who was given a platform. She did not write any positive thing about the death of Steve Biko. So when we come in this platform with a nice rhyme of saying that the issue of housing is not an APP matter, is not an issue of target, we must always be mindful of the atrocities of suffering of our people. And historically, a black person in this country was just someone who was taken as a slave and was oppressed. And the issue of housing vis-a-vis human settlements, I do want to elevate why human settlements. There was a change of policy, as I've already mentioned, that in the 10 clauses, it is written housing. But we realized in 2007, Polokwane Conference, that building a house, probably in the hinterland or an isolated area, does not augurs well with development, which is why then the new resolution at the level of government have to emerge where we're saying human settlements. What does it mean? It means that it is no longer about the unit, but before you could start laying an infrastructure, start by the issue of a strategy of checking the environment, scan the environment. Is that place cohabitable? Is that place palatable? Is that place talking towards development? Which is why then there's a need of infrastructure. You must have a bulk infrastructure. Water comes from the municipality. But the issue of current scenario, that the issue of amenities, schools, clinics, industries, must also be talking directly to the issue of human settlements. So we are not called human settlements just in J. We are called human settlements so that all the checklists must be ticked. At the end of the day, when we are talking about this development, it must be talking direct in addressing the imbalances of the past, which were created by apartheid leaders. It is not a coincidental matter. It was created. An African child in the apartheid was not taken serious. So when we're talking about the issue of shelter in the context of country called South Africa, we are saying that we are the only country in the world developing as we are, that we realize that an integrity and a due diligence and an issue of understanding underpin that our people have suffered will only be realized if we could go to an extra mind of building a shelter. even of building sanitation. Ordinarily, it's something that we would have said that okay, it is going to unfold as the new dispensation comes. So I thought that that history is critical, Honorable Chair, because I could feel that it just become easier of just reminding the department of those who are at the helm that what is human settlement without giving a proper contextual framework, why we do such things. I agree with the sentiment as raised by Honorable Mkhize, in particular on the issue of service delivery, that we must always follow that process. We are duty bound on the issue of oversight. The MEC is also compelled just to do that. However, you know, I thought we are all aware, Honorable Mcwabe, that the reduction of APP targets is not the same as service delivery targets. I don't know whether you'll understand this also the issue of correlation versus causality. So the issue of APP, unlike the issue of budget, change. No, I'm going to simplify it, don't worry. So no, but the issue, what we're trying to avoid here is the double reporting. Ukuthi nangabe nayo i-title deed ngoba vele kwindawo zokuthi nifihle ikhanda, then the new dispensation, President Madiba is stating it in the State of the Nation address, why there is a need for this piece of paper. For us, it becomes a very sentimental value. Even when we build these units, we are emphatic on the point that as a beneficiary, if you still have a family, probably 5 members, they are part and parcel of this, but you are just a representative for inheritance purposes, which is why we don't encourage that anyone must just sell this process or must sell the unit. You must understand that this becomes a home, this becomes a serious apparatus that must change the people's lives. Honorable Mbovu, we felt that we must also say, may his soul rest in peace, Honorable Nkanywana. And I'm glad Honorable Shinga, on a lighter note, was saying that almost at all material time, there was a question gazing at my direction coming from Goya. It was not nice at some point in time. So probably the same. We've been on makucha, babexabana kakhulu. Kodwa ke sakuthiwa kusetshenzwa kusemsebenzini siyafisa umphefumulo wakhe uphefumule ulale kahle. And I'm sure we are trying to avoid, I did mention in the morning that we're still avoiding that we've lost one of our own in a form of Honorable Mahlaba, because he has occupied the office that I'm kind of occupying at the human settlements, and his legacy already is brought into anyone. So I'm trying to avoid emotional. So your understanding shows that you're coming from a sphere of government that understand the versatility. And ngizoyi-avoid mina le yakulwa mkhandlu nosihlala qhamuka khona benigijimisane ngamatshe nomthungo. Angizengena nje udaba leni. Ngiyaconfirm kodwa phela ukuthi uMbovu ubaba omkhulu kaNkosikazi okuyahlonipha mina ukuthi ngimzame ngiziyeke as ngizini. Other than that, I think on the issue of oversight role, I think it is always critical. Mkholo Nsundu reminded us this is Nelson Mandela month, an iconic figure who fought like a queen taken out of the system. So those are the issues that when we talk about Madiba, we are reminded of that, of a selfless character who think broadly, even while he was a lawyer, even though he was coming from a royal house, royal family. Jabulele ukuba mkhulu kodwa wayicabanga nje ngiyanazi niyajabula kule nsuku nijabula ubudunankulu asingeni lapha. So let us talk. Thank you, Honorable Sithi Mohayega. Sithi Mohayega. I'm sure you also just putting emphasis on the issue of title deed presentation. We also agree as well. I think the reality today we are presenting that there are cross-cutting measures, but this department has done a sterling job, but it does not comprise of a huge machinery, unlike other departments. That process. I've already highlighted that process. I've already highlighted Honorable Gokul on the issue of program 2 and 3, we agree that something ought to be done and the balancing act, but in particular on the oversight, on the issue of building of infrastructure. I'm sure we all agree. The reality is that it's better now, Honorable Chair of the Portfolio Committee, that you could apply in the municipality before the business plan passed, that the municipality or the business plan passed, that the municipality or the bulk service must be done, because the issue of water, the issue of electricity, fighting amongst the issue of defense of where you are, it's something that is critical, because our people are deprived. Service delivered at the end, it's something that we are deliberating on it. Honorable Chinko is saying that there's an indication of slow growth from University of Pretoria. I don't know whether ideological do want us to subscribe towards that research analogy and go zoom into deeper details, or you just want to throw a mud on a subject as if it's something that is understandable, but the reality is that on the issue of UISP, it does not serve to keep people away from receiving normal houses. It is an intervention framework aimed at improving the living conditions of residents in informal areas. It focuses on in situ. When our assemble, you've dealt much on the issue of priorities in the budget, and we are glad how you were even able to educate us on the issue of service delivery. It's something that we are always taking, and we are glad and learning at the same time. And you're reminding us on the role that was played by the women in the march that was taken to Union Building at some point in time. Ngempela wafufosta emva kwalokho ngoba wathinta imbokodo, kufanele siwukhumbule lowo mlando. And the reality when it comes to the transformation and development, we always find it very strange, Honorable Chair Mkazi, ukuthi all the projects that are done by women in this department, they are finished on time and they are finalized consistently. We are monitoring that, and even once, right currently now, there is NHBRC. Almost their projects are winning. Ngiyafuna amadoda wabo aziphakamise inyawo. Siyafunda kwimbokodo thina. So I think we are saying, I've already highlighted. I've already outlined. I was worried a bit when I saw Umtunga with 12 minutes. Upushile ke namhlanje umanage it. Maybe yes, I uqhubile Mtunga. Siyabonga mfethu. I think your debate was fair, balanced. I'm worried a bit kodwa uthi nobathathu uzothi nomvalo ngani ngoba idebate yeni beyihle namhlanje. Kanti fanele nibe nochuku nibangumsindo. So I don't know into ndoko ama election noma nizoba right. Ngiyanikhulekela bafowethu angihaleli into nenkinga. So ngenzela ingancomi kakhulu, but ngikhuluma nje ngeprinciple. Other than that, yes, we have a duty on the issue of over 80 days, Honorable Chair, something that is critical to build 3,000 units. It's better to say that over the MTF, what we could only achieve probably is 1,000 or 500. We are bold in ensuring that our people are aware of such issues, because it's better that they know. And it's something that unfortunately it becomes cumbersome when you find that a project is still proceeding well, probably in an adjacent ward, and in this ward it's no longer going to take place. It's another issue that raises emotion, it becomes a thorny issue, but we are ensuring that we are updating almost all our stakeholders. We have a duty to do that, and so far we are working well, and we are glad of the role that is played by this oversight. Ningacabangi ke sihlalo ukuthi usihlalo we-portfolio committee mhlambe ke uma esihlangana department kuba mnandi all the time. Yawuba rough sometimes. Nami ngibe ngiqelisa isandla ngiyithi kancane insimbi ngoba umsebenzi wesizwe, but in reality ukuthi ke he is very strict, very strong on pushing us on the matters. Same thing applies to the portfolio committee, which today was a true reflection that in most cases when we meet, chair in the portfolio committee, members will raise even thorny and unpalatable subject that we must always reference on. It's something that we are glad that internally we must always make sure that we account. I do the same when I meet the top management. we have a nice collegiality with the team led by Mr. Mbili. But whenever I'm not feeling okay with the process, I just push up until the end. And I do want wholeheartedly to think today that it is well that we must elevate that Minister Thembi Smelane has taken the province of KwaZulu-Natal very serious. The last financial year, she allocated 100 million that was going to take into to this province of KwaZulu-Natal. In this year, she's going to come and launch Konopia officially with the president, His Excellency Matamela, because she understands that elevating this province of KwaZulu-Natal, which contributes good in the GDP, and in the third and fourth quarter, when it comes to the issue of employment, we will identify as the province that is doing well. It's something that we take very kind and something that is assisting us. And she has just promised in the last MINMAC that as long as we enroll the issue of skills revolution, she's going to be supporting us, which is why Minister Manamela as well is jealous in saying that he must come to the province of KwaZulu-Natal in assisting us on the issue of skills transformation. We are just going to follow that. I do want to thank all the members for partaking and supporting us in this journey, understanding where we come from and where we want to go. And thank you so much, Honorable Chair, for affording us this opportunity.
Thank you, Honorable MEC. We have come to the end of our debate. Thank you, honorable members. We have come to the end of the debate on vote 8. Nihambe kahle. We wish SOD a speedy recovery. We know that he is not well. We are with him in prayers. Thank you very much, Honorable MEC, and your team as well.
Siyathokoza.
Ayihlanze indlu.